environment where you sit down there and listen and get lectured to learn.
Yeah,
It's not that.
it's also not a butcher shop. It's also not a garden. It's
But
also
you
not a
don't think it's a
fucking
comedy store?
planetarium.
You
It's
don't
also
think it's a
not a
comedy store?
fucking car manufacturing hub. It's also not a fucking Mars Space Center. Like, why are we stating the obvious?
Because
Brother John,
it's more of a comedy
Yeah,
store.
I think he stated that to make a bigger point. But
Brother John,
the thing is this: Monday is going to be something, bro. I'm still trying to get all the news on what's going to happen on Monday.
Brother John, may I ask you one more thing? This is Brother Loki.
What did you ask?
All right. We do have philosophical debates and deep, profound debates, and sometimes they take the guise of simplicity, because under simplicity there's a complexity that most people cannot fathom. And I would just ask you, do you believe fishes could get thirsty?
Let me ask you a question. What do you think the following statement means? The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get.
I think that is.
Why don't you just answer the question first, bro? Like, come on, that's the mark of a dishonest interlocutor.
A dishonest interlocutor. He's asking me if fish get thirsty. Come on, it's a joke. It's called comedy, man. That's a joke.
It's a yes or no question.
It's a joke. You want me to dignify his joke with a yes or no? It's a joke.
It's a question. It was a question.
I'm sure fish get thirsty, yes.
There you go.
Oh, sure. You know, it's rare. Most people say no because they feel they cannot possibly get thirsty because they feel they only suffocate. So I think you're very honest for saying that. Thank you.
Well, it's logical. You know, the organisms need hydrogen and oxygen. So, I mean, of course, they desire and need water in their system.
Why couldn't it be at a constant state of equilibrium such that it never needs anything?
Because there's never equilibrium in the ocean. There's
Why not?
all kinds of salt differentials, etc.
Why does it have to travel to those areas where there's salt differentials?
Let me ask you this.
Why can't it habitate in a particular area where the salt levels
Okay,
are
let's
static?
not go down that route. Let me ask you a question.
Just answer that question. Why can't a species of fish stay in an area where the salt levels are consistent, such that it's at a state of equilibrium, never becoming thirsty?
All right, I will defer to the green bean moderators. I'm not going to continue answering any of these
Like
fish
coward,
water
bro.
questions. Let me ask you. Let me do a quick diagnostic.
Say you get in a phone
Let
call,
me
say
do a
somebody
quick
calls you,
diagnostic here.
download-
Concrete,
download
answer
your
this
phone or
question.
something. Do
What is
something like that,
100
bro.
times 1,000, Concrete? What is 100 times 1,000?
10 million.
So 100,000 or 100 times 1,000 is 10 million. Okay, the diagnostic has been answered.
What do you call 10 million fish?
100 times 1,000.
100,000. Oh, you got me. Anyway, so can you answer my question now? So since I've answered yours, can you answer mine?
He might give you a Bible and a slave. You know how they do.
Okay, I want to give a compliment to Loki and Concrete, maybe, but
Can you just
mostly
answer my question
Loki.
now? I answered your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Answer my question.
State your question in one
Why
sentence.
can it be the case that there's a species of fish that stays in an area where the salt levels are static?
Okay, I'll agree with you. Yes, correct, Concrete.
All right, would that be the case that a fish does not get thirsty if there's a constant state of equilibrium between the amount necessary and the amount that was on intake?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop answering these questions, and I'm going to go back to listening mode.
All right, thank you.
But I'm impressed. Most people never say yes. They say no, and they have articulate arguments. And I'll say that I'm impressed with you, John. The name is given to you as a good character.
Yeah, but Loki, you know that your whole argument is based on an equivocation, right?
No, not necessarily. When fish actually get thirsty and drink water, yes. live in a state of dehydration.
I think Brad established that they don't get thirsty in the way that humans do. So when you talk about
No, that's simplification.
so so when you talk about thirst in the way that humans get thirsty, no, fish don't get thirsty in the way that humans get thirsty.
Nah, it wasn't Brad. It was
Otherwise,
Mike.
you're
No, the key word is
It was
dehydration.
Mike.
Yeah, but look, why would they when their brain doesn't even perceive that they are thirsty?
so
Yeah,
you
but
agree that
then-
you're talking about two different senses of the word
No.
thirst.
No, I'm saying that the biological need for thirst remains the same in both the species. Why? Because we both have involuntary movements such as blinking, and we're not, how you say it, conscious of it because our brain doesn't allow us to perceive it all the time. So with the fish, it doesn't allow them to perceive that they're thirsty.
It's a little bit like breathing with humans. A lot of people in this app, I don't think they're breathing anymore. I think they're just chronically thinking, speaking, and responding. They're, not breathing. So let me ask one more question to Concrete. Can a human get a deficient in breath?
Yeah, why not? Are you saying that fish in their breathing?
Well, I mean, you got the respiration cycle, you got the hydration cycle.
Functions?
But let me ask a more important question. Are you called concrete because you're thick as you're thick as concrete? I mean, is it? Doesn't your name imply that you're stupid?
Yeah, look at you cracking that question. Look at you getting emotional.
Doesn't your name imply that you're stupid?
Look how irate you get. Go smoke some weed and feel better.
He's John, brother. He's actually a mason of the highest order, meaning he could lay a foundation brick by brick, fundamentally to architecture or to the spiritual realm of philosophical ideas. And I think you too, my brother, can do the same.
Well, see, as I stated earlier, I believe that this is a roast app, aka comedy. And so when I say stupid, I don't mean stupid as in like retarded or autistic or Down syndrome. Like, I mean that, like, if you are a Freemason and you are stupid or thick as a block of concrete, that's really like the all, or he has become the universe. That's all I'm trying to say. But apparently, that philosophical, esoteric concept flew over his block of concrete.
Kendall, you there?
Yep.
Can you imagine if somebody? All right. Can you
We're gonna make
imagine?
America great again, John.
Can you imagine somebody you don't interact with on a regular basis being this fucking invested in you? What does that mean to you? Somebody that you don't interact with on a regular basis is so invested in you.
That means they're a fucking creep.
Maybe they should find something better to do. Lack opportunity.
Well, if you call me a creep, maybe you're projecting that you're a creep.
Maybe they lack opportunities to express themselves in any meaningful way, and this is their only outlet, and it's a frustrating existence when you see other people doing what they want to be doing. But welcome, John. Just try to be Norman. I know it's hard.
Yeah, you see how he kind of try to make a correlation like, hey, because I recognize a person with negative traits that I must be able to recognize said trait because I too have that trait. And we're supposed to be the dumbasses here. Like, all right.
Doesn't really believe in that. Probably, I take it to be the result of mediocre work, where you've got to you're down 50 points in your head and you know it. But if you could tell somebody that they're down 100 points, then you obviously can feel better about yourself because you know you're down 50 points. He knows he's down. He's not winning. And so everybody else that he might perceive to be a threat or to be actually winning, he wants to diminish them. Remember when you said that? He wants to diminish
Well,
people?
let me just ask the question again. Dr. Concrete, what do you think?
No, the person that's supposed to be listening is talking.
And look what happened. I couldn't even get the update.
Ask him again. See if he'll engage.
He wasn't engaging. talking about, hey, what's gonna happen is me and Roger are gonna record the room and play it, and then we're gonna go inside, politically correct and Chillisa, and we're gonna ask questions and tell everyone that, hey, we're streaming and everything like that. I want to know more on some apps streaming.
Yeah, we're gonna act as the aggregator or the algorithm, and we're gonna cause anarchy and chaos tomorrow using your room and politically correct.
You want to form an alliance?
Well, because of Anonymous, we don't actually need alliances, but yes, I would form an alliance. But, I am interested in monetizing on YouTube. So if you want to open up a YouTube account and join, the rebellion or the alliance, I'm more than happy to include you in this network.
We could write a proper verbal agreement with Toxic. He's our Secretary of State inside Chile.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, tell him, and he will make it sincere, official, and we'll stamp it. Sometimes diplomacy is the best matter in these type of situations, my brothers.
If you ever try to monetize off my content, they're coming for you.
Well, it's not just me. Look, none of those Anons in the audience are
I'm
me.
telling you directly. I don't give a fuck about anything else. Just letting you know.
Okay, got it. It's been noted. Anybody else want to get the same notation?
Just please make sure you communicate to your brother about the question
You
that
know, you don't want to help him actualize his vision?
Absolutely not. He has a diabolical nature, and he only means to utilize this in a negative way, which I do not support. So no.
Is that true, John? You want to use it?
No. See, that's him projecting, and I don't respect that. I don't appreciate that.
I'm going off of what you said before. I'm going off of what you said before. That was
Is
your
this the
introduction
third
to why you
or
record.
fourth poll about me, and I count polls about people as harassment? And if I'm going to be harassed, I should have a mod badge while I do it, while I'm being harassed. So either get my name out the polls, or badge me up, bros.
give my love a mod badge. My love.
I don't really want a mod badge. I just want to be not in the polls. I have PTSD from my name being in titles, and I really don't feel like being the subject of conversation.
Aww.
You put my name in the fucking polls.
You're popular, Monica.
I know. I just can only have so many flowers, B Mom. My house is filled with them.
Well, I mean, if they're begonias.
Oh, yes.
Hey, Lima, can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead, Chico.
Earlier, for the past couple of days, I had people stumped with a profound question. Here's the second. Can a man or a woman live without regrets?
Yeah, I do believe so.
So you think people can be perfect?
I don't think that living without regrets is perfection. I think it's the acceptance. It's just the ability to accept what is and to make peace with that.
So you think somebody could make 100 choices, and out of 100 of them, they can never look back and say, I should have made another?
No, I'm saying that. Oh, are you saying like built in, like they no longer have regret? No, I think regret will always be something that is a conscious thing that we like look and reflect on. But I'm saying like it's a conscious choice to whether or not you want to let that hurt your future and your now. You know, the past is gone forever. You're never going to get that back. You're never going to change that. The future isn't here. The only thing that you have is literally like right now. That's it. So what's the point of lamenting on things that you can't change? And I think that there are people that have been able to, I think it's rare, but there are definitely people that have been able to make peace with decisions of regret.
Why do you have such a pessimistic view of life? You don't think you could be perfect?
I think atomically, each and every one of us is perfect already. I think that's why I have it in my PTR or my bio. You look at my bio. I say you're perfect.
I see.
Exactly. So I just spent time here, traveled a little bit, refreshed my head, and mental stuff.
Again, I have The Merchant of Venice queued up on my laptop to watch on the very long train ride there.
Oh, that's very nice. How long are you gonna be in Venice? Just 3 days?
Yeah, 3 days.
But where are you flying from when you leave?
Say what?
Where are you flying from when you leave?
We'll be flying from Rome, and that's like later on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I thought you were flying in and out from Milano, and so I thought, okay, Milano is super close to me. It's like 2-hour train or 3-hour train. But Venice is way further. And I don't know what to do with my mom, and she's been sick. Actually,
Oh.
I've been
What does she have?
being a nurse the last. Well, she was already a little bit sick at home, and then when she took the flight, the air conditioner like completely made her sick.
Oh,
And so she came here with asthma and whatever. Yeah, so I've been. She's still on nebulizer. Like she finishes the treatment on Wednesday or so, or Thursday, I don't remember. But yeah, she's been doing steroids and stuff. Like she's been, I've been taking care of her. So I don't think that she will.
Well, I wish her unfortunately much. She should have a speedy recovery.
Thank you. No, she's gonna be fine. It's just that, like if I tell her, okay, we're gonna go to Venice this weekend, probably she will not be up for it.
Yeah.
If I were on my own, that's fine because it's just.
No, I'm here with the kids. Main thing is to get them to San Marco, which.
Oh, you know what? When you're in San Marco, just buy food for the dogs.
I know the birds go crazy there.
Yeah. I remember that one time that I was there, I bought coconut cookies, and I was just sitting there, like taking in the whole environment. I was just eating my coconut cookies, and all of a sudden I had dogs all over me, on my head, on my arms, everywhere. It was so disgusting, and it was the cookies.
Yeah, it's one of the pictures I have from when I went to Italy 10 years ago. We were like feeding some birds, and they're flying right at me, and I got like a great action shot of me in my hat with the birds flying all around.
Yeah, they will enjoy that.
Oh yeah, the kids are gonna
love it. And the ice cream there, amazing as well.
Natto.
Seafood in Venice is very good.
Of course, the seafaring people. Well, I mean.
But you don't eat seafood, right?
Well, we kosher seafood. We'll be eating whatever they're serving at the ghetto.
I see. Yeah.
Venice is the first ghetto, by the way.
Oh, I didn't know this.
I heard something say one of the earliest, but I'm pretty sure it's the early one. I think it's the origin of the phrase ghetto, like it was a jetty, which I think is French for a type of a port.
So ghetto comes from Italian?
I think so. But it sounds Italian, right? Ghetto.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I think it's Italian for jetty.
That's really interesting. I don't think I realized if I ever went for the Jewish ghetto.
You might have. It's like right towards the top. Like as you're walking through the city to get down to San Marco, like from the train station, you walk past it at least. But I'll be there for Shabbos. So I'll be staying there. I'll be like doing.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
Are you guys enjoying your trip? Are your kids fascinated with everything they're seeing?
Yes. The kids are like stressed out and all over the place, but it's a lot of fun. We had some scares, My wife's bag got snatched at the train station.
Oh yeah, you said, but you recorded. I was surprised that you record everything.
Yes, we got everything back. I didn't see the criminal. God help him.
Yeah, that is actually amazing. Like I would have never had any expectations of recovering any wrong stuff in Italy.
Yeah, no, I was freaking out. We were at the train station, but she had to find my iPhone. And we acted quickly, so the cops moved fast. They moved really fast. Like like 5 minutes into the conversation, there were 8 cops there, and they were already telling us they recovered the bag and it's on the way back.
Wow, that's really cool. That's amazing. Well, and what other scares did you have with the kids?
Well, because of the theft, we were like late for Shabbos. Like we had to catch a train that was going into Rome late, which is nerve-wracking for us.
And you did Shabbat in Rome?
In Rome, yeah, touched base with the Chabad guy over there.
Nice.
Wasn't it?
So you're not going out on Shabbat on Saturdays to walk?
No, I walk on Shabbos, but I can't carry. In fact, we did do a fair amount of walking in Rome on Shabbos. We walked to the old shul, right? Because the proper, Rome proper, like the old city, like not the most livable. It's not where the Chabad guy is. He's like across the bridge, across that little island to get to the shul on the other side, the great synagogue with like the Doric roof.
Did you guys go to Florence?
No. I mean, we did last time 10 years ago. We went to see David, which was truly impressive. But and we walked around Il Domo, which is humongous.
Yeah. Also, what I really like is Ponte Vecchio, where all the jewelry is. All the jewel shops.
Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, but we're having a lot of fun. The kids are seeing like a different way. It's fun.
Oh, that's really nice. Well, I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying.
Yeah.
When are you going back?
The 20th, I think, is their flight back.
Okay. Well, listen, if you're gonna be this weekend, let me just check with my mom. At least I know you will be in Venice.
Yes, this
Let
weekend,
me
100%,
check.
and that's like our last hurrah to the north. Like, we'll go to the north for Venice, then we're gonna be back down to Agropoli and hanging out by the beaches south of Amalfi.
If you're going to Venice, you can still go through Verona as well and show them the Romeo and Juliet balcony. Although not sure if it's not too far away from Venice. It's probably like an hour away. In Verona. Hi Pepe. Hi John. John, why have you been quiet, dude?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm reading a book. So, Mixed, I wanted to ask you a question.
I wasn't sure it was you, actually, but maybe one of yours that I
I wanted to ask you a question.
Do you know that today is a fast day?
Really?
fast day.
Yes. Of the 6 fasts that the Jews have during the year, they all have like partners. There's long, short, male, female, black, and white. Today is the black. The destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. The expulsion of the Jews from Israel. Today we commemorate.
So, Mixed, let me ask you a question. As you travel the streets of Italy, how do you view Judaism in comparison to paganism? Is it, historically, is it cultural? Is it political? And how does it all work together?
I mean, like, it's a fair question. The answer is mostly yes. Like, it is cultural and political. Like for example, I'm at this old castle, um, which was made by the Anjou and the Aragonese, as part of like the conquest of Sicily and the kingdom of Napoli, which had to do with some like Muslim invasions and then inviting in different people to protect them. First the Normans, then the Anjou, eventually the Aragonese with the blessing of the Pope. And like, there's a church here, right? The castle's been like redone a few times. Um, and on the church, it's like right nearby where we're staying. There are these like very big, heavy, like I think made of brass doors that have like statues of Peter and Paul. Right? It has Petrus and Paulus. Yeah, it has listed there. They also have on a different door. It looks like they have depictions of the quest of Jerusalem. Maybe I'm not sure exactly, but Peter and Paul very clearly they're marked and named. And I also went to Rome and I saw their statue depictions of deities frolicking in the fountains. It was actually really beautiful at I think Piazza Navona. There's like this like god standing up above the water, and he's like chilling by, and there's a lion between his legs that's just trying to like lick the water. It's really like beautiful animated kind of shot, and it just strikes me the place of religion. It's a question of what you're using religion for. Is it a symbol? Is it a rallying cry to unite people, to express the things they already feel? Like, I wish I could be so dominant over a pool that a lion was licking up the water between my legs? Or is it supposed to be, like, insightful and meaningful? And, like, you see how Italy is going through different modes of both agreeing with and arguing with both sides of that question. Right? Because Michelangelo and all of those guys that were trying to revive the statues, that was much later. And you got the Pantheon there also. Italy is an excellent case study in the Jewish thoughts on idolatry and paganism, and the non-Jewish reckoning with it upon discovery of Jewish teachings. And like, they still want the statues, right? I see it mostly the way that the Christians relate to Judaism, as they found another paganistic source. This is just a different source of stories, and we can paganize the whole thing. But I think also that the Jewish message is a bit persuasive and transformative. And I think that their thoughts evolve and change as they study the story, agree with it, fight it, come back to it. And I think it's all here.
That's really interesting. And are your kids taking in all of this? Like, what are the ages again? They were like 7, 8, right? Anyway, why have you been quiet, John?
Well, they deleted my other account, so maybe it feels like a
Why?
different experience for you or something with this new account.
What
Because
happened?
I asked this atheist, what a Homo sapien is, and he got so emotionally upset that he reported me, and he's like, "You're that motherfucker who has all those accounts, you motherfucker." And I think his name is Mark. I don't know if you know that guy, Mark. I think his name is. He has got a different name on here now, but yeah. Thanks, Big Zed, for that answer. I thought that was really interesting. Um,
You look very handsome in that photo you have on.
oh, thanks. I think it's the hat that gets women so excited
I
when
don't
they
know.
see it.
You got a very handsome face there, and the shirt and everything. Like, it's a very good photo of you.
It's actually a complete clone of Anton LaVey.
I don't know who that is, but he's got a nice smile. The beard is nicely groomed.
Danny's
He looks very
projecting.
handsome.
Danny's projecting onto me. Danny, do you think you're a witch?
Why?
Yeah.
Who do you think's more handsome, Luges, Tickles, or John?
Oh, there are different types of handsome.
Now, don't forget, underneath that Trump hat is a bald head. So take that. If you
I
love
know, that's what
hair,
I am forgetting. I mean, Lou has definitely better hair than me. Also, his eyes are nice.
who do you think would be a better husband? My friend the a trash bag, or John?
I don't know really. I think my friend lacks a little bit of spine sometimes. At least for
The actual
me, I
trash
need
bag.
someone with more character.
So let me ask you one final question. What do you think the answer is to the super secret hard riddle known as the riddle of the Sphinx?
I have no clue what the riddle of the Sphinx is.
I mean, you've heard of the Sphinx, right?
Yes.
Like, did you know there was like a riddle tied into the Sphinx?
No.
So maybe Google it. Google what is the
Okay, let me
mystery
check.
riddle of the Sphinx.
Amen.
Riddle of the Sphinx.
So I wanted to also say that tomorrow we're doing something different here on Clown House. We are live streaming all of the rooms in Chillism, Politically Correct, a couple others, and we're going to do live feedback. We're going to do like a sample, and then everybody gets to give their opinion on what they just listened to. Then we go to another room where we hit, resume. So it's going to be in the muff with Roger Mayhem hosting and John Kitover producing. And
Yeah,
we
I heard that now I heard that exactly. Now he works for him,
He's
not with
also,
him.
by the way,
For
I
him.
can't believe I spent the past 4 years complaining to you about my ineffectual behavior in my toxic relationship, and now you think I make for a spineless partner.
No, no, no. I have no. It was nothing referred to your relationship and what you've shared with me. It's just like the way that you come across. It's just like I'm not saying that you're a spineless, slimy bitch. I'm just saying that your personality is more
I'm not
agreeable. Let's
It's
say.
true. It's true. You need a manly man, and I am a faggot.
No, you're not a faggot. Anyway, John. Yeah, I hear that now you work for Roger. That's very interesting.
Well, sometimes you get confused and you think that the parasite is the host, and sometimes you think the host is the parasite. But in this case,
In this case, Roger is the parasite, and you were the
If
host.
he's doing your work.
no, I'm just saying that it's mutual cooperation, and if believe that you can organize community organizers and get monetized one day, this is hopefully what's happening. But I do have to stop recording so much Clubhouse because like I have to actually do campaign work to try to get signatures on the ballot to put me, on the.
So you're gonna delegate this to Roger?
John,
and
if you need
focus on
me to
your
come
own
get
stuff?
signatures for you for a week, I could get at least 100 a
Oh,
day.
that's nice.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
But
me
Knows that I've done this. I've done this professionally.
well, if you want to fly out here, so what we're going to do is my friend Jared here, who is my campaign, coordinator, he's got a really nice BMW, and so we're going to go to the top 15 towns in the district, and we're going to do interviews with people that live in all these little towns in Illinois, and see what they think about the current congressman, and share
That's
with them
genius.
information.
Listen, this is the power of Clubhouse. We are going to make you win.
I agree. I think having Clubhouse is like having a supercomputer. You just have to be, you have to be a good user of that computer. So I hope I'm a good user, and everybody
Let's
here.
help you.
Yeah,
Even I can help you from Switzerland.
yeah, 100%. Like this
Even
is
though you didn't give me a review for Sorrow.
this is a spam operation in a way. So I need as many brains out there spamming to, help educate people and stop getting people from asking questions.
We can create videos and start using.
Bima wants to be a part of the campaign. See, I think the whole thing, can essentially, I hate to say that Robert Taylor, aka the Bitcoin laundromat guy, um, he has this theory of praxeology. Now, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but if you look at the Mises Institute publishes the theory of human action, and I couldn't stop laughing when I read that.
What do you mean you couldn't stop laughing?
Because Robert Taylor, in a way, is right, but he's also really stupid. He can't explain the theory of human action because it's so complicated, and there's so much in it that to think that you can come on a social audio chat app and exchange, terabytes of information, you just can't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's there to laugh? Like the Mises Institute is one of the best places where you can actually get educated in economics. I love it.
I don't think people are that complicated, and I don't think the universe is that complicated. It's all just, information.
Well, Danny is one of the best crisis actors any political candidate has ever hired, and I thank you, Danny, for being such an effective agent on behalf of Mossad. Oops, did I Freudian slip there? Just kidding, Pepe.
No, they don't want me. Are you joking? I was brainwashed by the America. They're just using me as a patsy. I don't know.
I was gonna say that I would be the worst for Issa because I'd end up strangling a bitch one night. I promise you that.
What?
Pepe is a sociopath. Did you just figure that out? Issa. Bima, welcome to the stage. Bima is also a crisis actress in the campaign to elect John Kitover. Welcome, Bima.
Hey, what's going on?
Who's the guy in your PTR, Issa?
He's an athlete, of course, Paralympic athlete. But this guy is really inspirational. You know, with that, I mean, he's normal apart from his arms, right? Like, he doesn't have arms, like, they never grew. And, he plays tennis, he rides
He plays
horses,
tennis.
he swims, yeah. He
What
swims.
is his Olympic event? Did
He-
he do the shot put?
No, he's a gold medalist, and
In what sport?
in tennis, in running,
Tennis. Wow.
in horse riding, and yeah, I don't know, like he plays a lot of sports, and he's fully sufficient. Like I met him a year ago, and I was having dinner next to him, right next to him. But he had a steak in front of him. I was like, shall I ask if I should cook his food or I should help him? Like, I didn't know, like what to do. I was like, no, Isa, that would be rude. Just like let him ask for help.
So wait, does that mean his penis is technically his real arm?
Probably, but the thing is, he ate exactly as any other person. Of course, he had to lean in a little bit more, on the plate. But he ate with a fork and a knife, and he cut his steak. He did everything neatly. The only thing he asked me to do is to please put his glass of wine a little bit closer, of course, because of course he was not gonna be able to reach it. But everything else, like he put on well, he doesn't use a jacket, right, because of the sleeves, but he uses a vest. He put on his vest. He took off his vest, like put it in a chair. He's fully independent and self.
If you were to see him in like a water tank swimming, do you think it would look weird?
Like, he definitely would look weird. I mean, his legs are normal. Everything is normal. He's married. He's got 4 children.
Oh my gosh.
He's super smart. He's amazing. He's like 175, which is like what, 5'11"?
What's that syndrome
Like
called?
that.
Is it called pterodactylism or something?
That would fucking suck. Like how
Pterodactyl.
like he wouldn't be able to jerk off, dude. That fucking sucks.
Well, listen, he can clean his ass when he goes to the toilet. So what makes you think that he can't jerk off?
Yeah. Pepe, he has 4 children. Okay, how is this guy with no arms more successful, than losers on a social audio chit chat app who talk about FBI crime statistics all day long?
That's what I was telling the Bitcoin guys, that meeting this guy and spending time with him and actually learning about his life made me feel disabled. Because having all my limbs, and the brain and whatever I have not done everything this guy has done.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
You see, Issa, myself, and John, we could all die in a bus accident, and everybody's lives would go on the same. Nobody would miss us. No children would starve because we don't have any. The love of our life that doesn't exist wouldn't be there at our funeral.
I was trying to like refute what Pepe just said, and then the more I thought about it, I was like, you know what? I got a lot more work to do.
Yeah, we do.
Actually, that might be a good thing. It's like, then, like, if you die, nobody will miss you, and that means you cause the least amount of pain on this planet. Amazing.
But see, that's why you're stupid, Pepe, and you don't read books. Like, I mean, I was reading Tanya yesterday, and it talks about selflessness and kindness and mercy and being charitable. Like, there's a lot of good things in life that you can do. I mean, you have a very sociopathic and homicidal ideation type of, personality. I mean, you talk about murdering hitchhikers and dissolving their bodies in acid baths. Like, why do you come on here and say, so much negativity?
Well, I don't, maybe that just one time you bought somebody who was hungry a meal and made their day, and you did some nice things for them, but then, you end up dying, and that person feels sad for many more days, and that makes it, like, of a negative impact than you had a positive impact on his life. So maybe I actually my outlook on life is the best.
I don't know. But I was just realizing that the title of the room, and then we can go back to the conversation. The title of the room is a very good slogan, John. John for all and all for Kitover. You know, one for all and all for Kitover.
Come on over for Kitover.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're gonna work for all, and all are gonna vote for you.
Well, what do you think the saying "the now is all important" means?
I don't know what I can say. But anyway, Pepe.
Hold on one second. I asked a question. I asked, what do you think? Try to use your listening and your brain skills here. If you want to work for the campaign, you got to listen. What do you think the now is all important means?
Now it's all important.
Yeah, what does that mean?
That is the only thing that we have. Nothing else matters. The past doesn't exist, the future doesn't exist, the now is like all we have. That's all that
So
exists.
you're saying that
I think it all exists. Everything exists.
Everything exists in the now.
so you're saying that the compression is all that we have.
Yeah, it's the future and past compressed into now. Right?
Is it the event horizon?
Danny's so funny.
What does it mean, John?
No, I think Danny, in a way, like the comedy aspect, I think is, the silver lining. So all I'm saying is, the now is all important. And I mean, it's 1:28 here in the afternoon. Everyone here, has things to do. But here you are, communicating. But, there's an expiration happening in the background in a way. Maybe that's conceptual, but I say one for all for Kitover, and come on over for Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com. Hey, El Normo. El Normo. El Normo.
If I were in Chicago, I would vote for you. Now, just one little question before you go to Norm. If I help you in the campaign, would that imply Swiss interference in the election?
No, you're a volunteer for the campaign. Anyone in the world can volunteer for John. El Normo, I was really trying to push the buttons on Shapeshifter yesterday. I apologize if I was being crude and coarse, but I wanted to see how far I could push that guy.
I understand. I just think that your more recent persona is more erudite and reasonable, and I want to encourage you to stay in the reasonable zone. And when you say we, you mean you and your other personalities, like Sybil?
I have always loved John. I learned to love him. I learned to love him in the first 3 months.
90-day love affair?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, at the beginning, well, he used to have this photo of, like, a woman with, like, how do you say, a wig, and she had, like, something in her face. I think it was, like, a purple dress. I don't know if you remember, John. And he used to come to our rooms with some and just, like, start yelling and whatever, and we hated him. But then when I realized, like,
He used to yell Rabinum Shalinum, but he doesn't do that anymore.
I don't know if that's when he yelled back in the day. But then when I figured he was just a troll, but then sometimes he participated and whatever, I thought it was interesting. And then, then outside of those rooms, I started seeing him all the time. And I appreciated him.
You have wonderful taste in men, I will say that.
I do. I do. Anyway.
I don't know. I gotta say, like, I went out last night and there's so many beautiful college girls in town. And, at 42, having like tasted and witnessed just about everything under the sun, to me the two most beautiful things in life are women and wisdom, and you got to seek them both out. And to me they're the best things in reality.
You have a good life if you become a sniper. You end up throwing her down a mine shaft 15 miles down the road.
Pepe, I'm sure that sounded better in your head than it sounded in the room.
Yeah.
No, this is you weren't here when what Edmund had to say to me earlier.
Here's the picture, John.
Oh, that's a very good. Oh my God, what is this fucker doing? You're gonna get kicked out if you do that again. Okay. Everybody say goodbye to Jacob.
Yeah, I missed that, Issa.
Everybody say goodbye to Norm. That.
So,
Yeah, look at Danny's photo.
oh, El Normo, I don't know if you heard, but Roger Mayhem are doing a show tomorrow in the Muff from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. And we are going to do like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 thing where we listen to Chillism, we listen to Patty's Politically Correct, and then we do a break and a pause and do live feedback and analysis on what they're talking about.
Honestly,
Yeah,
it's
that
gonna
sounds
be
like
a
a lot of
waste.
fun.
Yeah, that's gonna be a waste of time because you were going to have people just listening into the. I mean, you're gonna waste your time listening to another room that you're not in, and then you're just going to discuss the content. It would be better if you're just recording it, for the snippets or whatever. All of you go into that room, you participate, and make them. You trigger them actually to say things that you want them to say,
We'll see the.
and you trigger them and you participate, and then you go and have a post room discussion.
Well, it's a roast
Just
show.
listening,
It's a live
passive
roast show. But also, don't
I
forget,
know.
because we have the room open and we're going to title it in a certain way, and we're going to go into those rooms and say, hey, somebody's live streaming this into Roger Mayhem's room. Like, we're going to cause chaos while we do the show.
I know, but that's what I mean. Leave the room open. Come on and have your room just like you have your stuff, just with one account. Leave it there in the month if you want, but then you guys go to the room to actually provoke these people to say the shit you want them to say so you can expose them. And then do a post room. But just like listening passively, that's idiotic.
See, that's the point. It's not going to be idiotic, and it's not passive. It's critical, analysis and critique of basically people wasting their time talking about nothing. In the same way, that we're doing that right now. Is there an anonymous in the room? Yep, there's two. So those anonymous accounts, if they're live streaming the room and creating content, um, you know, they're basically filming a show about nothing. And El Normo, I know you're a filmmaker, and so like I consider myself a filmmaker as well, having produced 40,000 YouTube videos over the past couple of years, but really having no success in terms of viewership. So I'm just trying to like.
That's like running a hot dog factory and saying I'm a chef.
Well, never knock a good Jewish hot dog stand, because the secret is in having a line and doing just a couple hot dogs at a time, and then the line builds up, and then everybody driving by sees the line and they say, oh, there's something good there. So the whole thing is public relations and marketing and advertising and spamming in a way. I mean, El Normo, do you think like the greater the product, the greater the opportunity to spam it is, but you have to find essentially a way to create a mind virus, which is free clicks. So that's what I'm trying to do is, and I'm trying to mix it with my political campaigns. So that's my theory of activity, or as the Mises Institute says the theory of human action.
Wait, somebody I know was telling me about the Mises Institute. Is that Mises? I feel like I know about them.
It's Mises. He's like an intellectual who came over from Europe, and it's basically about how government destroys economic growth and opportunity and eats out the substance of their people.
I had a friend who was a New Yorker writer named Stanley Mises. I wonder if there's a link there.
Wow, I have smashed Gaza. Um, people. It is. How do you view this news cycle with regards to the war? I mean, I heard somebody say you can't just go save the hostages because they'll kill them, in the attempt. So, what's like the optimal game theory if this was a chess game? How do you eventually get a checkmate here?
You know, there's a great Nobel Prize winning game theorist. Unfortunately, I don't remember his name, but somebody on this app knew his name right away. You can find the YouTube. He's old now. Number one, if you offer them more than one, like criminal prisoner that you have in your jail, if you offer more than one for a hostage, you're an idiot. You're a fool, according to game theory. So you don't trade 1,000 for one. That's number one. Also, I don't think the negotiation does anything except encourage them to do this again, unfortunately. So, I think the only option is to smash the hell out of them. That's all I can think. And just make it so that they understand that anybody who does something like this will never again be able to allow themselves to be seen on top of on the surface of the earth. And by the way, um, Qatar should be pressuring those Hamas weirdos in Doha as well. Because everybody wants this thing over. And Qatar should say, okay, if you don't make a deal right now, we're going to we're going to stop your room service, which, by the way, they did something like this. They some weapons to try to bring it up. So first we're going to stop your room service, and then we're going to kick you out of these five-star hotels, and we're going to let the Mossad do whatever they want to you. You know what that's going to be. And I think that would end this. It's time already. What do you think?
Yeah, isn't it ridiculous that the war could come to an end because people get kicked out of their, luxury suites in Doha?
Five-star hotel.
Isn't that absurd? I mean, I saw that the daughter of Yasser Arafat is worth like $5 billion.
Suha Arafat. How many did you say?
5 billion, I think I read 4 billion, 3 billion.
I think it's 1.5 billion. But a billion here, a billion there. Sooner or later, that adds up to some real money.
So I mean, is she going to be magnanimous and give that money back to her people and build 60,000 housing units? Like, what is that? Like, why can't the International Criminal Court seize her assets, and redistribute that back to her people? Because clearly, she didn't earn that money, and so if maybe it's legal because she got it in the estate, but why the hell was he worth that much money? So I don't know why they can't seize that money. Well, if it's in France, I guess the money's in France, right? I mean, I guess it deals with the government in France whether or not they can seize those assets.
France is a cool place, and I just think that they're being blown by by their immigrants. The winds of immigration are affecting their decisions. I don't take this seriously. If you look at the headlines from 40 years ago, they're almost identical. The world says to stop arms trade with Israel, and I don't know what else. Israel should get out of Gaza. It was literally the same thing. Israel should, honor the 1967 war. It's almost ludicrous nonsense, but it reflects the fact that the world just wants this to go away. iPad and see pictures of kids hurting. Nobody wants that. I understand that.
You know, I am not for abortion in this country. I think we should be giving women checks of $10,000 or more to have children. I don't think we should be paying, $1 billion monthly for abortions in this country and killing, 80,000 children a month. So when I see, dead babies or malnutrition people dying, I know that that's nature itself. But what is happening in America to me is unnatural and it's not natural. And it's very sick, I think, what we're doing in this country in our medical industrial complex and with all these abortion doctors. Um, and so, to me, justice for October 7th and, attacking the Supernova Festival and taking all these hostages is, an opposite and equal response. You attack the supernova festival, you cause a supernova in your city, and there goes your civilization over there and that beautiful piece of real estate. So I think everything can be rationalized, and America is a perfect example of a place where you can rationalize anything.
What do you think?
I'm saying that America has absolutely no moral ground to stand on whatsoever with regards to just about anything, because we are the purveyor of the world's largest military industrial complex. At $1 trillion a year, we fund our war machine. And we fund, through Medicare, Medicaid, and over $2 trillion a year. We're paying for all these abortions. Taxpayers are being taxed to murder 80,000 children a month in Planned Parenthood facilities throughout the country. So I'm just saying that, I want to just describe the situation accurately and say that, if there's any hypocrites around, just realize that, like, as an American, you really have no moral or ethical bedrock or cornerstone at all. We are such a liberal Democrat, toxic society of hypocrites and death dealers, and shameless politicians who do not demonstrate humility or maybe fake kindness, but it's so all inauthentic because it's all based on murder, in my opinion.
I've never heard you say that. I don't think that there's any more recent conversation about abortion. It doesn't acknowledge a woman's right to make that decision if she needs to.
Well, I asked Grok, you know, whether or not you think abortion is murder. And according to Grok AI, powered by this giant intellectual supercomputer, has concluded that abortion in America is murder. And if the AI that we supposedly want to keep talking about all the time because it's all important believes that abortion is murder, but that's just one platform. So anyways, I'm just opposed to abortion, but it's not, to me it's political. Everything is political. The debt is political, abortion is political, vaccines are political, LGBTQ is political, BLM is political, this app is political, your Instagram is political in a way. I mean, everything, not yours per se, but I'm just saying that, like, all communication is political, it's spam, it's projection, um, or it's, propaganda. I mean, I'm just saying people are now in a communication place in 2025 where they've never been before. And it's so polarizing and addicting, or stupid, but it's basically all spam. And so, part of personal responsibility is choosing what kind of spam you're going to have for lunch and dinner and breakfast. Also, I guess with regards to the abortion thing, uh, there's nothing new under the sun. Mankind has been doing infanticide since the very beginning, you know. So there's just nothing new under the sun. And I'm only
You know,
really talking about it because I'm trying to be political.
the Torah says
Yeah, well, in Hebrew, the word is ruach, which is breath, or life force. You could say it's spirit. And, if you want to be a literalist about first breath, but you still want to exude, rip that baby's body apart, if that makes you feel better legally, morally, ethically, spiritually, okay, cool. But I think most common sense people in 2025 know that, ripping the child's head off in the uterus before it can get that first breath is not a valid excuse to terminate that baby, that organism's life. I mean, it's mystical what you're saying, but if you want to be
That you'd rather it die afterwards of starvation?
no, what I'm saying is
Did you say that earlier? Did I catch that?
no, I didn't say that. What I'm saying
Oh, I
is
thought I caught that. Can we get the recording? I forgot. It sounded like you said that.
well, you can go to my YouTube or Instagram if you want to watch the replay. What I'm saying is the mystical approach. See, the material world is more mystical than this subjective, esoteric philosophy world of books in a way. That baby is mystical. The breath is, the inhalation, but I'm just saying that that baby itself is more mystical, more magical, more beautiful than that breath. Does that make any sense, Al?
John, the thing is, the consequences are, in a world like this, if we were living in a biblical utopia, we would all be with our first loves, and there would be no thought of abortion. But in a world like this, what do you do then? Well, you have thousands, tens of hundreds of thousands of children being born into unprepared lives in capitalist 21st century digital economy, It's like it's a kind of, it would have effects that, it's like people don't get pregnant to have abortions, It's like, oh my God, this happened. Now, I'm not in biblical utopia. I'm in Cincinnati, you know? Yeah, well, people shouldn't be using abortion as birth control.
That's for sure.
People should be, in loving relationships, but they shouldn't be having sex with people who they're not planning on having children with. But there are, situations like you've had enough kids, uh, or it's too early.
Well, I'm just saying that society today is so obsessed with the subject or the subjective as opposed to the object or the objective, meaning that the material world has become profane to all these liberal Democrats. The material world is the true, real spiritual world. It's the real. And because people are so addicted to politics and propaganda and mind viruses and thought control, you end up having unnecessary death. And I think, the abortion doctors, table is open to criticism. 80,000 a month, never ending. Like, we could stop it. We could liberate these women and give them money if they want it. I'm just saying, give them an option. If the government is going to pay the doctors and the health insurance providers, give the women an option for direct payment and subsidy of the pregnancy. Give the money to the people, not to the doctors and the corporations, especially with regards to abortion, and especially because we have plummeting birth rates in this country.
Do you think that maybe it's a sacrifice?
You could say it, under the cloak of a white cape, anything is capable. I mean, modern day psychiatry and a lot of medicine is just veiled in terms of like medieval practices. It's just an updated version of the same old game that we do to each other commercially. It's very sick. Most people need a good environment, not more medication. They need more exercise and diet and, more security, better housing, cleaner everything. I'm just saying
It's
that.
called Maslow. It's a pyramid,
Yeah. I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd call it child sacrifice, like in some kind of, satanic way, but I would just say that if you've ever met with abortion doctors or seen congressional testimony with a very aggressive female liberal Democrat abortionist, to me, she's repulsive and she's a mass
How
murderer.
do you feel about Kermit Goswell?
I don't know. But, people get exhausted talking about abortion, so we don't have to talk about it anymore. But, you know, if Hamas understood philosophy and they were able to secure a deal and take a knee, they should do it because that act of humility is what saves their people. I just hope there's like enough intelligence in their network or some magnanimous leader who can convince their people to disarm and have a new future and have it guaranteed in writing and publicized prior to the actual, so everybody knows they're not getting cheated. Because there are going to be a lot of complainers on this app who are saying, oh no, they never should have done this. They just destroyed their chance of having a homeland, of having their own country. Everybody is such a pessimist on this app. All they do is come on here and just say the nastiest, snarkiest, most gaslighting. Everybody's making an attempt to gaslight as much as possible all the time on this app. It's very sick and obnoxious and disgusting.
I'm not.
Not you. I'm saying like even people like Pepe. To me, Pepe is like a repulsive person. Um, the
And
thing.
he's grand. It's like professional wrestling. He's playing a character. That might not make it better, by the way.
But he just, I.
He's shining a light to the hypocrisy of a lot of things. And yeah, he's in character.
Everybody's in character, I guess, but I'm just saying if you want the world to be a better place, start with yourself. That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's great, but Pepe is dealing with dissecting, social things. So, right. It's not about like, yeah, start with yourself. He started with himself, and he's sure he's still on himself. And this is him being on himself. He's learning. He's very educated. And he's pretty just, just because he blows off steam. I think that's part of the game of Clubhouse. But he does have a lot of white hate. But I don't think I think it's a show he puts on. He's a frustrated member of civilization. Like many members.
Good evening, good evening.
Hey, Sarah.
Hey. How about should surrender? Yes, they should.
Yeah, it's about time. It was about time before it even started.
You know what I love is how badass the idea of when they announce they've killed someone who is high ranking and they're like eliminated. Eliminated.
Wait, what are you referring to?
So when they showcase who they killed and they ride across it, they announce it and they announce it as somebody was eliminated.
Yeah, right.
It's great. It's great.
Those who are kind to evil are evil to kind. The kindness is stopping evil. If evil doesn't want to stop through dialogue, what can you do?
Yep.
Start
Get out.
back yourself? might have been in 2030, 2040, 2050 now. Who's gonna answer for that? Who's gonna answer for that? Who's gonna answer for that?
God is aware of what's happening and what's in your hearts and what's permanent to expand that. What you people wish on the Palestinian, I wish that happens to you. Bye. Yo, man. Exactly. Exactly. And also, we don't wish anything happens to the Palestinians. We wish Hamas to surrender and to release the hostages.
Who's gonna answer for this? Which student in class is gonna answer for this? Incorrigible, unforgivable.
That's brilliant, X. So somebody posted in the chat, Gaza has one of the lowest average IQs, schools on the planet, and one of the highest cousin marriage rates. Wow. That's crazy. Irrational rage, right? Low IQ and irrational rage are the results of lots of cousin marriages, man. Mom on that stage, excuse the rap, but you know these lefty Westerners, their whole moral framework and structure, everything that they hold dear about how they think about justice is actually rooted in Judaism, but they're arguing for a very barbaric kind of stone age caveman way of life. It's really odd that they're using the moral standards that the religion of Judaism brought to the world and created modern, respectful civilization, especially after the Roman Empire adopted Christianity, you know, which is a spin-off of Judaism. I mean, it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
It's insane.
You know what I think is weird about the whole thing? I don't know if you guys have considered this before. But if they're getting genocided, if they're starving to death, why wouldn't they just release the 40 or 30 living people and the 20 dead bodies that they're holding on to and be like, all right, we're done?
Because they're morally grandstanding.
Well, they're not starving.
They think they're.
Oh, so
They
they're
think
not
they're.
actually starving? Is that what you're saying? They're not actually
No,
starving?
they're not actually. And you know,
They're not, and they're not being genocided either.
no.
So that's why so they feel like they're actually doing something cool. They're like,
They think they're. Yeah, they think they're the good guys. That's insane, bro. They must all be looking left and right, thinking, "Holy shit, where am I? What can I do? Nothing."
Yeah, but we asked resistance to fill up a video or any evidence.
Because they can't say anything. They can't say anything.
No,
They
it
can't.
took 20 minutes to find a woman being pushed, a man or a woman being pushed in a wheelchair, but everybody that was pushing them and surrounding them, they were fat.
I saw a new video today of a fat man playing a good approach the two from far away. Him.
Oh my god.
He's a big fatty. I can put it in the chat. I'll put the link in the chat.
And this is history. This is the identities. The first person to tell me that the Arabs have done nothing in history was an Arab himself from Syria, the college, said everything was Persians. Persians did everything in that time of history. Arabs, Turks didn't do so much, did they? But there's greatness and genius and, beauty and everything and everybody. And they'll seek to...
I put the link in the chat of the fat guy complaining about having to walk a far distance.
Pepe earlier said it, that if I died and Issa died, that, no one would notice, no one would care, everything would just continue going. See, I think that type of attitude, is like reflective of somebody who has like is despondent and in despair or not courageous. So, part of like my art project, I like Clown House in the sense that like I've created this third party network of YouTube videos of all these people on this app. Because in a way, you are not you, you are everyone you interact with and communicate with. So to me, I've like mirrored all my activity on this app, so I'm not me. I am you in a way.
All communication is projection. So if somebody says you're gonna die alone, that means they're afraid that they're gonna die alone. If somebody says you're a piece of shit, that means that they're afraid that they're a piece of shit. If somebody says you're ugly, that means they're afraid that they're ugly. If they see what a bald, shiny bald head, they're afraid of the day that they themselves will once be bald. And that's as simple as that.
Yeah.
So what, did Pepe lose his mind? Did you and Issa? Did he go crazy or what happened?
No, I was just kind of making fun of Pepe and then talking about, my YouTube accounts and Instagram accounts. But yeah, I'm like I'm getting very close, I think, to ending my recording project on this app. I'm
How long have you been doing it?
Since 2020, so 5 years.
Wow. I'm a little paranoid that I might be caught out on that because obviously I live in the UK and we have no free speech. But whatever,
No,
somebody would have to go digging.
no one's gonna dig through 60,000 videos.
Is it 60,000?
I think if you add up all the YouTubes and all the Instagram accounts, it's somewhere close to like, you know, probably 40,000 videos.
Yeah, I just used AI to sort through them and get all the incriminating stuff on the people I don't like on this app.
AI is pretty amazing. I've been asking Grok to do a comparative analysis on voting record and um, open secrets lobbying records, and it's amazing. But it can like cross compare, whatever is in Google and do like a comparative analysis and do matching. So it's like really a huge. And what's amazing about X is because you can integrate it into your profile, it's like immediate deployment of content and propaganda or counter argument information. So it's amazing how by having it in the platform and how you can tag people, like X is really a different type of platform compared to Facebook or Instagram. It's like it's more it's faster and more easily accessible as opposed to other platforms. X is very dynamic now. I mean, it's I think valued at
Do you
150
make it
million.
talk to you in Ebonics?
No, I don't do that. I can come to Clown House to
Well, you
listen to
can. Yeah,
Ebonics.
that's a possibility.
I can come to Clown House and listen to Ebonics any day of the week, any hour of the week. This is a Ebonic colonic. This app is an Ebonic colonic. But what I'd like to do is get back to reading books because if I just read the Tanya for a couple minutes, I realize how much time I'm wasting here and listening to all these conversations. So I really do want to like stop the recordings and get back to like recording books so I can, thrive and prosper and survive because just listening to people have random conversations, it's not programmatic, it's not intelligent, and I think it creates brain rot. So I would, as a warning, I would encourage everyone here to spend like maybe 10 minutes reading a book on this app as opposed to spending countless hours having random meaningless, and when I say meaningless, I mean that like the conversations are one word at a time. It's not like sitting in a classroom and getting a lecture and a direct transmission of information. You are not doing information like downloading. You're like nothing is happening here. I mean, and I think that's why, to me, it makes interesting content to film, but nonetheless, I know that it's not a good usage of my time. That's all I'm saying. Or I've maxed out the recordings.
The one thing that I have gotten better at not getting triggered when people say stupid shit. The other day, I was with somebody, I won't elaborate, it was somebody who I don't know very well. They said something incredibly stupid, I won't elaborate, it doesn't really matter. But they said something that was very stupid, and in the past I would have definitely wanted to tell them that was the dumbest shit I've ever heard, and here's why you're a fucking moron. And I didn't say anything. I just said, interesting. Uh-huh. And that was it. And I was actually proud of myself because walking away from that interaction, I thought, yeah, I didn't need to respond to that. That was stupid. If I had responded, I would have taken the bait, and then I would have been the stupid one. I would have become a self-roaster. And so I just kind of said, oh, that's interesting. And I don't think that I would have had that muscle. I didn't have that the emotional capacity to do that. 5 or 10 years ago, I definitely didn't. I wasn't strong enough to do that.
Hey, Zach.
What's up, you fucking faggot? Sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
It's okay. I just want to contribute though, because oh my god, I'm still laughing from that, Zach. But anyway, I just want to contribute because I've heard some I guess unfortunate things during this room here. So I think that what's going on both sides of this conflict is very unfortunate. Um, I'm honestly not sure if the claims of the Gazans being starved is true or not, but I think it's hard to deny that people, like not even on just like one side, like I'm not even just saying like the Palestinians are starving or the Israelis are starved or like trying to be like one side here. I'm just trying to think both sides here are suffering, and I think it's not harmful to your personal narrative or whatever. If if people just acknowledge, that I think that it could be true at the same time that what Hamas is doing by not returning their hostages is harming their people. Wait, can you hear me? I put a red bar. Anyway,
I can hear
I
you,
just
but
want
I
to say as
haven't.
well. I think it could also. I think it's also can also be true. Israel could be suffering from scope creep because even people in the government have been saying like, "Hey, we've been going too far. Like, this is only just prolonging the suffering for both of us." Like there's generals, journalists, politicians who've been noticing this too, and you hear someone complaining. I think
suicide. When they kill themselves, they want to take as many people as possible with them. Um, if it's possible to blame the West, blame Christians, blame the Jews, they will go for it because Muslims say themselves their biggest weapon is unlike Christians and Jews because we prioritize life. Muslims say that they prioritize paradise, that this life is not worth living for, and that they will be rewarded in the afterlife if they die a martyr for Allah. So I'm not falling for that. I know a lot of Catholics fall for that, but I'm not falling for that. And I notice this trend with a lot of Christians as well, following for the propaganda of Hamas, and that's very concerning because Hamas is
I'm not falling for any Hamas propaganda.
No, not you personally, but collectively.
Okay.
The Catholic Church has been not supporting the Jewish people as much as they should. Like back in the day, Catholics used to fight crusades against Islam. Now they are enabling it. The thing is, Catholics hate Israel. They hate Israel.
Well, that's cool, but I also just want to call out Julian.
That's not true.
Hey, Julian, I just want to call you out and say you support murder, and you may have some a cognitive distortion disorder. Are you serious? You love Mangione boy. You support Mangione for murdering that healthcare executive, the CEO at United Healthcare.
Mangione, Julian, is this true, Julian?
That's a different subject.
That's very stupid, Julian. I heard somebody the other day said we need the Luigi mindset when it comes to Gaza. What do you think that means, Dr. Julian? What do you think the Luigi mindset when it comes to Gaza means?
I have no clue.
I think we need to have the Luigi mindset when it comes to Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, Julian, don't come in here and lecture anybody. You literally support someone that murdered somebody in the streets. So until you can justify your belief with regards to Mangione, everything you say to me is illegitimate. And I don't respect you. I hate to break that to you, young man, but I do not respect you.
Could you be a little less sort of confrontational, judgmental?
Norm, by the way, you live in New York, right?
Yeah, much of the time, some of the time.
So, aren't you very concerned with that Mohammed Mondani person?
Yeah.
Because to me, it looks like he will turn New York the way that Pakistani Sadiq Khan turned London into a caliphate. And this Mamdani person, he's a Shia, 12 Imamer. They believe
he's not Shia.
Islamist.
He is Shia.
He is Shia.
He's Shiite.
Which is the same. Oh my god.
You're saying he's not a Shiite?
Shiite is
what you're saying, Julian?
Adjective.
Well, I heard multiple things around him. I heard he's like Sufi or like Shiite or whatever. But yeah.
So Julian, just to clarify, you understand that Shia and Shiite are this thing? A Shiite is a follower of Shia Islam. The two types are not Shia and Shiite. The two types are Shia and Sunniite. I don't know if they use that term, Sunniite.
They say
Sunni and Shia. And Norm, of course, you know the difference between the Sunni and the Shia.
Yes.
The Sunni have a very Sunni disposition, while the Shia are totally full of Shia.
And the Shia as well, Sunni is also waiting for them, but it's more for Shia belief system. They're waiting for this guy called Imam al-Mahdi, which they believe is this Islamic end-time savior. And these Muslims believe in order to bring the Mahdi, they need to spread global chaos. Because when there's global chaos, they believe that the Mahdi will emerge and bring and establish world peace by enforcing Sharia law. This is the Iranian regime that is exporting global chaos because they believe that will usher in the end times. Julian is saying in the comment section he is a Shia Muslim and identifies with the 12th branch. Like, this is very, very concerning. This Mohammed Mamdani type. Because this Shia belief system thinks in order to bring their Mahdi, their Messiah, they need to spread global chaos. That's what the Iranian regime is doing. And the Sunnis also are waiting for the Mahdi. Julian, do you support Mohammed Zohran Mamdani as New York mayor?
Well, I'm actually in New York City and I didn't vote for him though.
Like, would you say if he becomes mayor that will be an improvement, or do you think New York will become the like Muslim mayor London type of city?
Well, I don't support his policies generally. I do think he has some unfortunate policies regarding transportation, housing, and the grocery stores. And I just generally don't support leftists like him because after seeing the destructive policies of Mayor Bloomberg, I support more people like I guess Eric Adams, but I do think that he has some good ideas such as public child care, for example, and cracking down on corporate.
Since when is that a mayor's job? Isn't that a municipality county having to vote for that?
I guess, but I think it's good that the mayor, potential mayor, does support no cost childcare because childcare is getting pretty expensive, and yeah, I do think that some of his labor policies are pretty decent. I mean, I just generally don't support him, but I do think he has some good policies. So I don't think it may and he was marching for the trans people during the LGBT parade, so I don't think he's gonna turn it.
That was full on Takia. He is spreading in the New York City mosque, spreading the Muslim interest. He's not going into the mosque and preaching things about Islam or that the Muslim community needs to be accepting of vulnerable communities. He's going into mosque preaching the Muslim interest. That's being two-faced. That's being having a double agenda. Because at one point in the mosque, he's making very sure that he will make Muslims the face of City Hall and make Muslims the face of New York City. Basically prioritizing them. Like, that is like incompatible with LGBT rights. Like, look at, like, wasn't there this full Muslim city council somewhere in Detroit or Michigan or Minneapolis, and then that Democratic, so a liberal or moderate, whatever, city council full of Muslims, when they took power, they targeted the LGBT community. They banned LGBT people. That was Sharia law. No, and even like I know a lot of LGBT people support him, which I don't understand, because there's other options in that mayoral election too. But situation in London with that Muslim mayor?
Julian, what is your take on this? Is it a conspiracy theory? Is it racist? Do you think it's not going to be that bad? Do you think he's full of shit, or what is your response?
I mean, I don't think it's racist. I think it's, well, since what we're seeing in London, I think it's fair to have reservations about a mayor giving priority to his people of his religion. Um, so I don't think it's racist at all. I just wonder if Mamdani is a guy like that. Like I said, I don't support Mamdani's policies. I think they're generally kind of dumb. But I don't think Mamdani see heavily Muslim. So I just hope, I guess, that he isn't, like, I forgot the London, whatever his name is.
Sadiq Khan.
I just hope like, yeah, Sadiq Khan's administration in London.
Yeah, what Sadiq Khan did to London is, as a mayor, he did everything, preventing everything from the police force doing their job and making sure the streets are safe. Especially because London is a very dangerous city, a lot of stabbing and a lot of sexual violence against women, LGBT, and Jews. And I think when Mohammed Mondami becomes mayor, that will be the reality in New York City too. Because he will be pumping all the hotels full with Muslim migrants. Mondami. He has no interest in putting the interests of New Yorkers first. He made that sure when he spoke in mosques.
I just have to say, I'm in London 5 times a year, and it's a beautiful city. It's not dangerous. I don't notice that there's a Muslim there. I mainly feel like I'm in England. I don't feel like I'm in some kind of a Muslim environment. But I don't really have any objection to Muslim people, really. But I don't
So
feel.
what part of London? Because London is truly a beautiful city.
Are you for anything to me? I like Notting Hill.
River.
I like Notting Hill. I like City of London, and I like Shoreditch.
Chelsea. See.
I haven't hung out. I mean, those are where I usually stay. And I stay in the Cotswolds. I love, forget what it's called. The nickname is Chippy. Anyway, I stay in the Cotswolds. I stay in
Shoreditch is pretty.
Shoreditch is fun.
But like, London is a huge municipality city, and there are parts of London where there is really like a lot of crime, a lot of stabbing,
I guess
a lot of drill rap gangs.
East End of London.
So East Ham.
I mean, to be honest, I don't really hang anyone in the four neighborhood. The majority is kind of a mixed neighborhood.
Yeah, because the south of London, that's not a nice place.
Right.
city voted for the local right-wing party. So then you would think, oh, if the local right-wing party is the biggest in the municipality elections, then they deliver a mayor, but that's not the system.
Soul food at least eats greens, okay? This is from every bite being wrapped in a tortilla. I love tortillas, but you can't be wrapping all your food in it.
Respectfully, Miss. Wait. Hold on. Respectfully, Miss Shirley, soon to be Mayhem. I listen. I feel very strongly at Soul Food is a movie that actually embodied a certain type of culture. I'm not specifically speaking to the actual food. Does that make sense?
Yes, Adam, but we served soul food on, just so you know, soul food was served at the table I was raised on, and my family wasn't overweight.
Mine too, and my family was definitely not overweight. It's one of those things, moderation. Have you ever heard of the turkey trot?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like a 5K run. My dad and I used to do that before Thanksgiving dinner. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, people don't have a healthy attitude towards fitness in a way that is acceptable in light of the expenditures that America is spending on fatness.
Adam, I'm gonna, my comment to this is, back when I ate soul food, once a week I had fried chicken, chicken fried steak. These were regulars. There was a potato on the table every day, whether it was mashed or fried. But here's the deal. Now, people are eating food with preservatives, and I solely and absolutely believe that the chemicals, the natural flavors, they're not telling you what they are, that is behind most obesity in this country. And it used to, when I was in high school, there were 2 girls in the school that were overweight, and they were eating Doritos, and the rest of us were eating that soul food, but we were not eating preservatives. I'm convinced that that's a major part. It's not just soul food.
Yeah, so I'm refusing to believe that, and this is what I'm saying. Shirley, it's kind of one of those things where people have access to the same inventory and the same food source. And these same people, based on different activities, are not necessarily burdened in the same way of having effective overweight. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, it's one of those things, like, I grew up in a house where, like, my sister's overweight. Like, very much so overweight. We grew up eating the same damn food.
Well, to your point, I was at the table and I didn't eat the biscuits and my brothers ate the biscuits. Okay. I got you.
Hey, for the record, Shirley, I would eat your biscuit.
Oh, honey. That's why you're one of my favorites, because you talk sassy to me. Just saying. It's kind of fun when you're like the grandmother and somebody treats you like you might be attractive. I mic up on that.
Oh, Miss Shirley, you're going to have some competition. Monica just entered the room.
Listen, my husband's going to live to be 100, and Mojo needs a wife. But I adore him.
Yeah, well, welcome to the room, Monica. The most attractive, the most intelligent, the kindest, the classiest woman on all of Clubhouse. Welcome to the room, Monica.
Hey, I have a quick question because I remember me and Adams did a similar room like this a couple months ago. So apparently, I guess that room's known for its degeneracy, right? So I'm trying to understand what that room, especially with what went down last night. I guess I don't know if there was other things that went on, but where do cats get off in thinking that it's okay to that it's okay for an individual or multiple individuals to threaten sexual violence towards another person's family. At the same time, that same individual threatens to do bodily harm with them, and then that person that retaliates that way is somehow, right, the bad guy. I'm trying to understand where in what world is that fucking acceptable? But that shit goes on.
Can you give us a more specific example?
So basically, what I'm saying is that last night there's this cat in there, and there's multiple cats that do this shit. So I go up in there and I just have conversations, or at least try to. So up in there was a guy named Jacobus, and this same individual said he was going to come on my mother or something like that, or do some basically threaten sexual assault. And I said, listen, if you pull something like that, you're going to get your head blown off, right? And then, all other people up in the room found what I said to be appalling, but don't find what he says to be appalling in that same back and forth. The thing is that, these people, I don't understand, where their mindset is at. But
they're probably Muslims. Go ahead.
Well, could be, but I just know that that's what goes on in that fucking room, right? Shit like that goes on in that room constantly. And for whatever reason, the mods they listen to the shit, but then think that when I say this shit, or when someone else hears something like that is said to them, and they say the same shit, they attack those particular people, but don't get on the people that say that kind of shit.
Yeah, no. This happens more than there's a guy by the name of Tiger who threatened to rape Kelly, and then when we would bring him to the stage, he would double down and acknowledge that yes, he said that, and that he still feels that way. So there's definitely a desire amongst some of these people. They're very rapey. The question is why do the mods condone rape? But then if you say that you're going to do something to the rapist, then all of a sudden that's where they draw the line. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, and it's funny because I saw this room title because I was already thinking about doing a room like that to ask, why does chillism condone sexually degenerate behavior like that? And I'm not even talking about being a homosexual or anything like that, but just that kind of behavior, and of course, amongst other things that you guys are speaking on in this room, like that room is just, I don't know, man. It's a lot of weird shit, and I don't understand with Nathan, how he doesn't understand how detrimental that could be to him and to people up in that room. You know what I'm saying? Because things can get real, over a fucking audio app or the internet in general. I'm not saying that I'm going to actually go up and do something, but I'm just saying shit like that is the reason why there's problems in this country, because of stupid shit like that.
Yeah, well, stuff can transfer from the app off the app, and the people that are creating an environment for that, I think that they want that. I think that might even be their goal. Why else would it be that in those rooms they would allow, they'll allow people to shout the N-word over and over and over again, and that's a word that can trigger some people to pull up, and for them to allow that, they do have rules. It's funny, you can't call somebody a bitch in that room, but you can call them the N-word. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, if you can't call a woman a bitch unless you're another woman or a homosexual. But if you're a heterosexual man, you can't. Yeah, I heard about that.
I think the strangest thing, though, is their tolerance for allowing people to speak over each other. I mean, you can't even have a conversation, and then for somebody like John here that streams this stuff to a much larger audience on a much bigger app, it becomes a wall of sound. Nobody can hear the conversation, and so I think a moderator should have a duty to make sure that people talking over each other is minimized.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, definitely. I mean, that is definitely something that, when you're having a constructive conversation, people are speaking over each other, definitely, you know. And my thing is, if that happens, and you know, if that's an issue, then that's one thing. You know, I mean, if you have those kind of issues, those things can be ironed out. But you know, just I mean, the high levels of degeneracy in on that level. You know, I don't. I mean, I think that some of these people up in that room are kind of mentally ill. You know what I'm saying? Because ultimately, it's just like you just don't, like. I mean, my thing is, you want to have a one-on-one with that individual. That's one thing. But if you sit up here and try to threaten pretty much sexual assault on somebody, family member, like that's crossing the fucking line that you're not supposed to cross. But I guess I mean it is what it is. I mean it's the audio app, you know. But I don't know. I just find that to be ironic, and I find it ironic that this room is made because I guess there's some other shit going on in that room that other people are starting to observe. So yeah, just had to say that.
Yeah. Well, let's talk to Monica. What do you got to say, Queen?
I think that the house rules of Clubhouse White Belt chillism are unique. There's very few houses that I know of have at least a few rules that may mostly consistent and consistent across whoever mods those spaces too. And the joke about men not being allowed to call women bitches unless they're homosexuals. It's because men default to the word bitch for women so often that it's like a cognitive dissonance IQ test to see what other names they can call women aside from bitch. And then they get gooed for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and then they get brought back up.
So Monica, let me ask you this. Why do they allow people to call people the N-word for the kid?
Right, it's decent. Well, the theory is it's a mostly free-ish speech space, and Nathan and Knowledge allow it. And then so then you get to choose, right? Can you tolerate naughty words being spoken, or you can't? And if you can't, you can live quietly. I actually think there are worse things than calling women bitches and cunts. I think threatening to dox people on the app, that's a shitty thing to do. I think threats of violence that I hear very often from the man who's allowed in chillism and white belts, who has a lot to criticize about white belts and chillism just now, that's a lot. But, to each his own.
Yeah. Well, what about the lack of moderation when you have the stupidest people on the app that go into a 45-minute debate about Hegel, for example, and neither of them had even read Hegel. Like guys like Concrete and Ike that don't read source material hold a debate. Basically, they're speaking like 10-year-old kids, and the moderators just sit back and allow this sound wall to take place with no moderation whatsoever. And then when somebody with an ounce of common sense gets on the stage to expose that neither of them, and they both admitted this, by the way, that neither of them have ever read Hegel. Yet they decided to have a 45-minute debate. Why would anybody want to moderate something like that and allow people that have never read the source material to just go off for 45 minutes? Why would that happen?
Because they have the power to do so. It's white belts and chillism. Just like you have the power to mod this room as you wish, you're the king of your castle in the muff. And
well, you're the queen, respectfully.
Not really. But we had a conversation about, okay, so people who create rooms get control of the rooms. And it's interesting to me how many people have a problem with the room when they have so much power themselves. They can object to the room. They can throw a temper tantrum in the chat, and you know as well as I do, they've got some chat warriors in here or thumb and finger fussing all over your rooms, and then they can leave quietly. I don't think, based on all the A rooms I've ever been in, that chillism white belts is the most egregious when it comes to the crap that gets thrown on Clubhouse. It's an audio app. People have been very cruel on this audio app.
So Monica, let me ask you this: if you were queen for a day and you were to moderate a space and there's people of diverse backgrounds, like what would your rule be about if somebody repeatedly, not just squeezing it in poetically, but repeatedly using the N word and directing it towards people that are in the room? How would you feel about that?
Oh, if I create the room, Roger, it doesn't happen because
Amazing.
As you called me quite correctly on it, what is it? What did Roland Fryer say? I have a talent for encouraging civil discussion. And if I don't get the civil discussion, like Andrew and that other guy tried to troll my room about the crime of being white, I enforce my rules. And so, it's the room creator, I think, that has control over the quality of the room.
Sure. And so in a room where you're critiquing the moderation of another room, do you think it's fair for me to critique people that would allow people on the stage that literally just interrupt people by calling them the N-word? Do you think that the quote unquote defenders of free speech over there are in the right, or do you think that I might have a point that's pretty irresponsible?
I don't. The code of conduct in white belts and chillism is we don't allow doxing or credible threats of violence. So,
but what about calling someone the N-word? You realize that could lead to real world violence, correct?
I've been called the N-word in white belts and chillism.
But you think that if you had the ability to amend their rules, would you like for example, nobody can say that word in here. If they do, they get removed immediately. And matter of fact, no matter who does it. In fact, even people that that
have to pass.
Even people that claim that, I've taken this word back. Like we have a zero tolerance policy on people saying it, whether it's in the chat or whether it's okay. And so I'm asking you, if you had your preference, would you rather be in a room where that kind of language is not allowed, or where that kind of language is allowed?
When I have my rooms that I have control over, I don't allow it. And
do you prefer to be in rooms where it's allowed or disallowed?
Well, so you remember Lenny Bruce? Didn't we have this discussion before with about Lenny Bruce?
I like Lenny Bruce, and I like the fact.
You know where I'm going with that.
I like the fact that you can push the envelopes of free speech. I think I do it as much as anybody on this app.
I think that's fair.
That being said, even me, who believes I'm not a free speech absolutist, because I do believe that there's slander and defamation and things that can take place. There's also a concept of fighting words. I would say that especially somebody like myself that grew up in an area that had many black people, I know that saying that word is a fighting word, because where I come from, if people are saying, especially if they're saying it to people they don't know, that's not just going to be a fight. That is going to be an ass whooping. And so it's either people that have never been in a fist fight that don't understand real world consequences for these types of things, or it's people that do and they want the violence. And so I guess my question again would be, in particular to that word, do you think it would be a good idea to just set a rule that we're not going to say that?
Roger, I'm so puzzled by this conversation, and I'm not being facetious or sarcastic or anything, I promise you. Like, how can I control the ugliness
I'm not
of
asking
others
you to control it. I'm asking you to control yourself.
by
Well, you have freedom of association, and there are rooms on this app where people are allowed to say it, and rooms on this app where people are not allowed to say that. My question is, why did you choose to associate with the people that freely let that word roll across their tongue?
because I don't think saying a word is worse than being a rapist. I don't think saying a word
I'll grant you
is
that.
worse than being a
I agree with that.
pedophile. I don't believe a word is worse than human trafficking on Craigslist. I don't believe a word.
No disagreement there. No disagreement there. There are worse things. There are worse things than saying those words. That being said, it's a social audio app, and the likelihood of somebody getting raped on the stage is actually on the stage it's impossible. The likelihood of people saying something that could lead to real world violence, that's highly more likely. And when you start looking at, like, if I were to make a list of 10 things that people could say that would cause real world violence, I would just say that on my list, that word would be included in the top 10 things that would be most likely to lead to real world violence. Is that wrong? Do you disagree with that?
I just have trouble believing that words are violence. Words can be ugly.
I don't believe words are violence. I'm actually critical of people that make that comment. What I would say though is that there are words that can lead to violence, but more importantly, if you're trying to send an invite out to the world to say, hey, here's a place where people can get together, freely express their differences, and talk about their ideas, wouldn't it be a good idea to make sure that you don't turn people off right at the get-go by allowing the type of language that derails a conversation? And that would be one of the terms that I think does precisely that.
Which is why you're clever enough not to have it allowed in your rooms. Good talk.
Amazing. Okay. All right, Monica. Well, thanks for
disappointing you.
Well,
I know.
Well, listen. As JB would say, you're standing on your square. So there's that.
Yeah, disappointed that you did that too. All right, have a great room.
Wait, Monica, let me ask you a question. I mean, Roger's asking you some pretty simple questions that could just be answered with a simple yes or no. Like, okay, never mind.
Lordness, you're one of the other anarchists on the stage. What do you say?
So what happened with the situation first?
Which situation are you talking about?
With the title and all that. I'm confused what happened with the situation.
Which situation?
No, I mean there's a bunch of situations that happen, so I'm a little bit confused on what's the situation for this the room.
Yeah. So the situation for this room was I created a room with this title, largely in response to the stupidity that happens in that other room. We could talk about the 45-minute debate about Hegel between two people that had never read Hegel. That was pretty idiotic. We could talk about the fact that there's no moderation, that people are allowed to talk over each other, which makes it very difficult to hold a conversation. We could talk about Bima threatening to dox people. That was an interesting development. Or we could talk about a debate between people on Israel versus Hamas, and the moderator of the room put a poll up because he wanted support, and he lost the debate in his own room by 2/3 of a vote. It's just a collection of the dumbest people on the app, and then a sprinkling of very intelligent people, like Io, for example, will go in there. When Io goes in there, the average IQ jumps a couple points. Yeah, what's your defense of the room?
I mean, I view it more like do you know Jerry Springer?
No, I never heard of her.
No, that show, Jerry's show,
You mean the mayor of Cincinnati?
No. Fuck, I forgot the name of the fucking show. It's that guy, that old guy, that just, he's like that main guy, like, he just has a bunch of people join up on the stage and just start talking shit, doing all the insane...
Oh yeah, Geraldo Rivera. Yeah.
I don't think it's that look either, but the point is, look, I am a free speech absolutist, even...
What does that mean to you?
There's really no boundaries of what you could say and do.
Could you threaten someone?
You could, but the other person could do something back against it.
So, are you aware that there's laws against threatening people that way?
Yes, I know.
Okay, so you can't exactly say anything you want to say, right?
Correct.
But you just said that you could.
I didn't say I could. I said I'm for it.
Oh, so you think we should change the laws and allow people to say whatever they want?
Correct.
What do you think of defamation laws?
I don't know anything about it to really know, to have an opinion on it.
So if I made a claim about you that wasn't true, and people believed it, and it harmed you in a let's say in a monetary fashion, let's say you lost endorsements, contracts, not that you would ever have these, but let's just say you did, you think people should be able to make up lies about people?
I mean, if they have any proof if they don't have any proof at the end of the day, then they're going to lose it.
Can we go back? Can we go back to this talk show host? Tell me more about him.
I mean, it's like an old show. I don't know. It's just like a really old show that this guy invites a bunch of random people. It's like Eric Andre mixed with this other guy. Like, it's a very chaotic show.
And it was called?
Let me look at it again.
This is amazing.
Jerry Springer?
Yeah. Wasn't he the mayor of Cincinnati?
I don't know. I don't know if who he is exactly or anything like that. All I know is this is a very chaotic, insane show.
Lord,
I mean, it was pretty
Lord Nas, I don't know if you're aware of this, but he's Mojo knows who Jerry Springer is, dude. Can you not pick up on that?
I mean, you're expecting me to believe Mojo if I don't know him, so...
Lord Ness, let me ask you this. Do you spend much time in chillism?
Here and there. I'm usually just listening in.
Would you call yourself a regular there?
Not on the stage.
What do you prefer, chillism or this Jerry Springer fellow?
Chillism. I mean, plus Jerry Springer. I mean, like, they stopped airing.
If it was still on the air, would you watch it regularly?
No.
Would you identify yourself as an anarchist?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Absolute freedom.
Absolute freedom. Oh, okay. So let's say in an anarchist society, let's say if we were to transition to that tomorrow, if somebody was murdered, who do you call in the case of a murder?
Nobody. You deal with it yourself.
So somebody gets murdered and you call no one?
No, you don't.
So how does the murderer get caught?
They don't.
So you're free to murder people?
I mean, you're free to do a lot of things. You're free to buy any forms of weapons. You're able to create your own form of technology. Corporations are able to control that territory. It's a free-for-all. You're able to do whatever you want without any forms of restriction and regulations.
Including killing people?
Again, it's the ideology world of literal free-for-all. Do whatever you want to do. Live the life that you want to live.
Alright, so hold on. I wanna let's try to make this real. Let's say you have a loved one. I don't wanna say mom, dad, sister, brother, whatever, but you picture their loved one. And let's say something terrible happened to them and they were assaulted. What is the recourse when that happens?
And I could probably go do something about it. If there's any forms of evidence I could find on the corpse.
What if you weren't there and you don't know who did it? Wouldn't it be nice to call someone that can investigate such a crime?
I'll let them do all the work. No, I'd rather go find the person myself.
So you were an investigator now?
No, I'm just saying I'd rather do whatever it takes to find the person that fucked up one of my family members or friends or whoever I know.
You don't think it'd be wise to outsource this to somebody that's good at investigating? Maybe.
I mean, in this society, you can't pay people to do it.
Let me ask you this. The transition from a constitutional republic to anarchy, how do you see that going down? How does that transition happen?
There's only two ways of going about this, either through a civil war, which is highly doubtful, because either way it's gonna be a two-sided civil war, or a World War III mixed civil war.
Okay, so the only way to get to your preferred system of governance would be through a world war, a civil war, or a combination of the two.
Correct.
And this is your preference.
I mean, like, in the beginning it's gonna be bad and all that, but hey, in the future it's perfect.
It's perfect, but you can't call someone to help you find a murderer?
Repeat what you said?
You said you wouldn't be able to call anybody to help you find the murderer. How would that be better?
No, because then you could hire people to go find them, or you could do a lot more. I mean, you could do it yourself. You can hack into security cameras. You could do a lot
Lord
more.
Nas, can I ask you a question? I just want to know what, I like the expression, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, implying that everything is perfect just the way it is. What makes you think that you're 100% sure that, your better option is truly, like, just not ridiculous? Because if everything is already perfect, why do you think your new, your ideas are better than what's already happening?
Because people still have problems with your ideas or belief system. And if, let's say, people chose to leave this country, right, where would they go specifically, right? We don't have the technology for space travel, so we're not able to go to other planets to create this type of ideology yet. There's not really any islands that are the size of Russia, China. Not really. So there isn't really any other territory or land that anyone could create their other ideologies.
Wait, can you hold on one? Can you hold on one second? I want to do another quick diagnostic here. I like to do this in a lot of Mojo's rooms. What is 100 times 1,000, Lord Nas? Again, the question is, what is 100 times 1,000? Thank you.
If you need to take time to go get a calculator, that's fair.
So again, the question, Lord Nas, is what is 100 times 1,000? Can you give us that mental calculation if you can? 100 times 1,000. Can you do that in your head? Because anyways, can you do that, Lord Nas? Do you know what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, what's 100 times 1,000?
All right, what's up there? Echo.
What'd you say?
You got an echo?
Okay, so, I like to point out to Clown House that if you've never realized, what a fishing net is, and what a fisherman is, and what fish are, and what a spider is, and what a spider web is, and what a fly is, you have to figure out sooner or later who you are, where you are on this food chain cycle, and why you're on this app having endless conversations with people, who can't even tell you what 100 times 1,000 is. It's just a quick diagnostic.
But what's up with the echo? Jump.
Are you echoing over there? I'm sorry, I'm not echoing over here.
No, I'm just confused. What's up with the echo? Sound like two phones.
Lordness, have you seen the movie The Purge?
Yeah.
So what do you think of that movie? I mean, it's one of my favorites. I do enjoy the franchise, but it is a little frightening. So what if our government decided to sanction something similar, where there's a period of, once a year, all criminal activity, including murder, robbery, et cetera, kidnapping and rape were legal? I mean, that's your ideal future, or would you be down
It's
with that?
not going to be like that. I mean, in the beginning, the very, very beginning, it's going to be like that. But over time, people are not going to be killing each other nonstop every fucking day or second and all that. Now, you're going to have disputes. You're going to have problems on land or territory. Different ideologies having conflicts amongst other ideologies. Obviously, that's going to happen. But in the very beginning of this ideology, yes, it's going to be like the Purge. But over time, it's not going to be like that.
Well, why are you so convinced that the murder? I mean, this is a nation of wild things, right? Why are you convinced? Why do you think that over time the murders would quell? If in the beginning folks could get away with robbery, murder, rape, kidnapping kids, etc., and there's no one to check them, no law and order, just a chaotic free for all, why would they stop?
I mean, well, then, with that hypothetical, then, I guess it would be like a band of cannibals then, at that point. Yeah, those people wouldn't really stop at all, but...
Lord Nas,
wait,
was the French Revolution anarchy? In action? Do you think the French Revolution was anarchy in action? What do you think?
Wait, let me answer NY's question first. So, I mean, there could be some people that could stop, let's say, like a band of cannibals. Could be. Either if they really want to do something about it, or they're paid to do it.
I don't know if you saw the series The Purge, but there's the Purge bus, the blue bus. There's a church a couple blocks away from me. They have about a dozen blue buses. I call them the Purge buses. I'm convinced that the Purge, ground zero of the Purge, is going to start at this church because of the blue Purge buses. So I'll keep you notified in case we need a hero to swoop in and kind of save this community first.
All right.
We got a new poll
John,
up.
what's your...
Lordness, we got a new poll up. You might like one of the choices.
Which is what?
Look at the poll up above.
There's no poll.
Oh, you haven't updated the app then.
Let me do that right now.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Exhibit A of Chillism Regulars.
So I was in Chillism earlier. Go
May I
ahead.
ask a question? I know I will regret it because...
Paula, you may ask a question. Go ahead.
Lourdes, are you basing your thoughts on Mikhail Bakunin, or is that something that you concocted yourself?
He's downloading the app.
All right, this is new. All right, let's see.
So before he answers that and answers the survey question, Mojo, I announced to the Chillism Room earlier today that tomorrow we will be live streaming them and providing, live play-by-play feedback and doing analysis of them live. So I'm hoping that by trying to organize the community organizers, we'll actually get them to stand at attention and do some, maybe thought-provoking conversations. They'll be more academic, they'll be more professional. And so I hope, our Anon surveillance program will actually bring some personal responsibilities to these rooms. Not only chillism, but also politically correct. So, thank you.
Well, those are not the only ones. I think healthy debates need some monitoring. And if others want to monitor this room, that would be fine. But I think that this Anon surveillance style that we're going to aim for is going to allow us to take the best and worst of Clubhouse, play the clips here live, and then have a discussion about what they're talking about. I think moving forward, tomorrow we have a brand new, brave new world of Clubhouse. It'll be a new style of content, and I hope everybody's here to enjoy it. Thank you.
Can I also add with that too? I mean, it's good in a way of getting people to share their viewpoints instead of hiding in echo chambers and enclosed.
Could you please answer my question now? I mean, do you know?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. I wasn't here. I was updating the app. So go ahead.
Yeah. Well, do you know who is Mikhail Bakunin? No? And
no.
You base your thoughts. Okay.
No, he's never read Proudhon. He's never read Bakunin. He's never read Spooner. He's never read Murray Rothbard. He's never read any of these things.
I will put my ideology in the chat.
So I mean, how do you base your anarchism on if you haven't read any of this stuff? I mean, this is my question.
All right, so I asked ChatGPT what would be a specific ideology name for all of the things I've listed in a list of what I look for in a specific ideology. And it gave me the name that I already put in the chat.
What you're saying is absolutely nothing. I mean, it's not the theory that Bakunin proposed for anarchy, which was basically written at the same time as Marx and Engels when they wrote to the Capital and the Manifesto. I hope you know who Marx and Engels are, or not. I'm asking.
No.
No. Okay, perfect. I rest my case, Mojo. I think
Thank you for bringing clarity to this. But no, I think you get it. But you have to understand, right? Like Lordness he's not even the worst of these offenders. Like, at least he's standing up here and saying, hey, this is what I believe. It's not based on anything he's ever read, but we shouldn't be surprised about this because the people in Chillism, they literally have debates and claim experts on things they've never read. I don't know if you've heard me talk about Ike and Concrete that had a 45-minute debate about Hegel. Come to find out, neither of them had ever read Hegel. And then when they got drugged for that, their response to that is that you can be an expert in a subject without reading it. You just need third-party information. That was their claim.
So talking about the ethical state of Hegel, it's like, probably it's something nobody in Chillism have any idea of. Am I correct?
Well, I don't think it's fair to say nobody because what's interesting is there is a mix of, for example, Eric, I don't know if you know Io, I would argue is probably the highest IQ person on the entire app. If there's somebody with higher IQ, I just haven't bumped into him. The guy is like literally a fucking genius. And he goes in there, my guess is to just see how far society has collapsed. That would be my guess of why he goes in there. So there are some intelligent people that pop up in there. My queen, Monica, she goes in there. And then Brad goes in there and yells at people sometimes. I think Adams has even gone in there to yell at them from time to time. But this isn't, look, I never claimed that we have the smartest people on the app in here, and certainly we don't have the smartest people in society in this room. That is never going to be my claim. We have what we have, right? For fuck's sake, we have Brent on the stage, right? For what it's worth. But what I will say is that they have found it's like the Pied Piper. They are leading all of the dumbest people to that room. Doesn't mean that the whole room is dumb. It just means that the dumbest people on the app will find their way to that room. It's very amazing.
See, Pied Piper is exactly that's the mind virus. And let's say, their show was put on Netflix. It would create a mind virus and they would be the cause celebre, or they would be you see how communication works? And the irony is they would be celebrated and compensated for being stupid. That's the Pied Piper. I mean, that is the downfall. It's the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, Lord, Vince, are you shocked that in this poll with 16 responses that you're the only one that would choose anarchy over authoritarianism, constitutional monarchy, or representative democracy? Are you surprised at that?
No, I'm probably a little up on this.
Yeah, and are you surprised that authoritarianism has twice the amount of votes as anarchy?
Not really. I mean, either way, it's not a big deal to me.
Can you go back to, like, explain, because there's some new people here, can you go back to the part where you were saying that if somebody murdered somebody, that would be, that there's nobody for you to call and nothing can be done?
I mean, the ideology of the system, yeah, I mean, it's absolute free-for-all. You're able to do whatever you want without any forms of restriction or regulation.
You do realize that's not what a single philosopher of anarchy believes. Not the
current type.
Well, the anarcho-communists, the anarcho-capitalists, none of them believe what you're saying. So my question is, where did your ideology come from? What was your influence?
Thinking about a specific ideology that would solve every form of group and individuals' problems.
I mean, just to go back to what Roger said, I mean, anarchy as a political philosophy, I mean, what you're talking about is a destruction of hierarchical structure, destruction of the state structure, but what they still believe in is local control, associations, etc. Like, there is nowhere, at least in historical anarchy, that you would have had what you're talking about.
Obviously, because it hasn't happened yet.
But nobody thought that should be what occurs. Just pure obvious state of nature where it's a free for all and you can just murder anybody. Nobody thinks, nobody conceptually thought, hey, that's what we should go for. It was more, we don't think about centralized state control. We think it should be controlled on the local level through voluntary association. I mean, it's a weakness, how it would actually work. The intellectual structure was there. That's always been a problem with anarchism, but nobody thought what you're saying besides you.
I mean, that's fine. I'm not trying to be like everyone else, just be a follower and shit. I don't know, with your ideals, from what I'm getting from you, it sounds look like a Star Trek hypothetical ideology, which honestly is unrealistic in comparison to what I'm saying, from my perspective.
I mean, each his own, and people can call what they believe is a political philosophy, whatever they want to call it. I'm just pointing out that what you're saying is anarchy. It has no real connection to the historical kind of intellectual strengths of the anarchist movement.
So, I mean, is this just a book club? Honestly, is life best lived if it's lived as a book club? So can I just ask the room a question? Can everybody maybe just say their favorite book? If we could go around and just everybody say, this is my favorite book.
I'll start. My favorite book, it's a simple one. It's called The Four Agreements. It's a good book. It's a short read, and I think if people read it and tried their best to live by it, the world would be a better place. Next.
I'll go next. My favorite book is The Biggest Secret by David Icke. It opened me up to a lot of more of my other favorite books, but I think people read that book with open mind. They get a good insight on where the world is headed to, because everything he predicted is happening. And that was 25 years ago.
Serendipity?
Okay, sorry.
I'm just going in PTR order as I see it. Actually, maybe let's go. Some people might be away. Paula, go ahead.
I would say that it's a toss-up for me with Candide by Voltaire and On Human Nature by David Hume.
Very nice.
I would have to say either The Spook Who Sat by the Door or The Alchemist. But then again, I'm also really, really obsessed with the Game of Thrones book. book series.
Have you ever read the book Angry Black Woman's Guide to Life?
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
I haven't read it either, but it is currently the book that is sitting in the guest bathroom right now. I always like to put a book out so when people are guests, if they have to unload, I want them to have reading material, and I just think it's funny to have that book there.
You have a lot of black women as guests, huh, Roger? Okay, I see you.
Yes.
I would say War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds, okay, all right. Interesting. Back when Clubhouse was at its heyday, there was a room, probably had like 2,500 people in it. People were just going down the list doing this, mentioning their favorite book. And there was a lot of repeats, in a room like that, because there was a lot of people. But the one that comes up quite a bit is the Bible. A lot of people say, if you're only going to read one book, you should read the Bible. It gives you a lot. It gives you murder. It gives you mystery. It gives you code to live by if you choose to. I'm not even a Christian, but I think that I would say that the Holy Bible is a must read for people. I would recommend it.
But wait, I thought you viewed the Bible as like a book of fairy tales or something. What did you call it?
No, I called it Torah fan fiction, but I also believe that in this Torah fan fiction, there are good rules to live by. I like when Jesus was asked, how to get eternal life. He said that he didn't come to he didn't come to erase the laws of Moses. He came to fulfill them. And he said that the two greatest commandments are to love God and to love people. And if you do those two things, you will fulfill the law. So I really appreciate Jesus simplifying things, because in the Torah there are 613 rules. Christians don't do enough inventory of a list that long, so they shortened it to the 10 commandments. There's actually 613 commandments, but that's fine if you needed to make a top 10 list. And that was before David Letterman made top 10 lists popular. So shout out to the Christians for making a top 10 list.
Yeah, I wanted to say one of my favorite books in the Bible is Corinthians, and this is the verse from the 13th chapter. It says, "Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It is not rude. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails." If people on Clown House really had that type of attitude, this would not be a toxic app.
I think an important one to read for Clubhouse, though, to just be prepared, would be 2 Kings chapter 2, where it talks about when you mock the prophet Elisha, and he prays for help from God. 2 bears appear from the forest, and they maul 47 children. I think that's probably more of an appropriate scripture for Clubhouse. Let's get back to Lordness and this anarchy thing. Lordness, you're an anarchist. What led you to this belief? Like, was it a book you read? Was it a podcast you heard? How did you go from watching the Cincinnati mayor Jerry Springer to being an anarchist?
It's not like it's not like that. But look, it's more of, at first I guess I was doing some type of simulation on a game called Stellaris. It's like an ideology type of game, a space ideology game. That you're testing out different types of ideologies and seeing how they progress and all that. You're seeing it from like a very detailed perspective of different story arcs and all that. Just looking into like a full-on in-depth simulation of how a ideology could form and progress in a massive scale.
So you
And that's
played,
already. Hold on.
hold on. Well, pardon me, but so you played a video game, and you simulated a government structure where there is no government, and it was pure anarchy, and you came away with that this is your new ideology.
No, wait. Somewhat, not fully. And then I went on to social audio apps, which was my first app was Stereo. Not bad. Trying to help out Israelites and all that, seeing their different perspectives and all that, seeing what could help them out in this type of ideology. And then it just, like on Clubhouse, same thing. It just over time, I improved it in a way of fixing. It's just an ideology that would fix all the different groups and all that. Like not fix them, but more of improve their groups and all that. Let's say if Israelites, right, Hebrew Israelites, if they were to have their own form of territory and lands.
Hebrew Israelite? Wait, hold on. Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah, you don't know about the group.
You mean the black Hebrew Israelites?
Yes.
Do you know that they're neither Hebrew or Israelites?
Look, that's what they call themselves. Okay.
Yeah, but they're just a knockoff Jew. So.
Look, either way, the point is.
Lordness, you realize that that's just Scientology of the hood, right?
That's what they call themselves. That's what they call themselves.
I can call myself Superman, but
I mean you can. No one's stopping me.
Do you know any of them that actually speak Hebrew?
No. I don't know how to speak either.
Isn't it weird to call yourself a Hebrew Israelite and not speak Hebrew?
I never asked them if they did.
I do. That's the difference. I do. I ask the important questions. I ask the Muslims if they support pedophilia, and I'll ask the black Hebrew Israelites if they speak Hebrew.
Understood. I guess look, the point is this more for all of these different groups and religions, corporations, they would have more control of land and territory, creating their own forms of laws and regulations within their controlled territory. The neutral territory, obviously, it's a little bit more isolated, but beneficial in some way. Different forms of currency.
Hey, Rob, you do know that like nobody really speaks ancient Hebrew like the Hebrew today about the ancient Hebrew. There's some scholars that translate.
Yeah, but don't you think it's weird that the people on this app that identify as Hebrew Israelites, the only thing that they speak is Ebonics?
I'm not gonna check that out in his experience. I don't know what they know. But go talk to them. You never know what you might find out.
I do talk to them. That's the point. Yeah. The truth is welcome to all of these people. You know the difference? I just figured out the difference between this and chillism is when the bad ideas come up in chillism, they like let it prevail. The bad idea is centered and propped up. Here, the bad ideas are interrogated, and we try to get to some semblance of truth. We ask questions like, why do you believe what you believe? And then we point out some of the problems that go along with these ideas. But you can't expect good, high-quality dialogue in a room where the moderators will allow a 45-minute debate between two people that have never read the source material that they're debating about. I mean, this is the thing we're dealing with. At least in here, if I were to say, "Hey, John, do you want to have a debate about Kant?" He's probably read it. Powell has probably read it. We can have a conversation about that. I'm no expert on Kant, but I have my thoughts. I have read some. I can have a limited conversation about Kant. But these guys are reading something that's far more dense, or they claim to, and then when called out on it, they acknowledge that they had never read it. Like, Hegel's a tough read. I mean, I don't blame people for not getting through it. What I do fucking condemn is the people that haven't read it, that decide that they're an expert on it and want to have an argument about it. It's very weird.
Hey, that's better than arguing. I heard him tell us yesterday. They were arguing for 2 hours about can do fish get thirsty? And Brad was involved in the argument. It was actually a heated argument. It was like it wasn't no joking shit. They were living in a heated argument for over 2 hours about the fish being thirsty.
Okay, so moving forward, we won't have to open rooms talking about what we heard in chillism. We'll actually allow you to listen.
Why you do that? Give me it.
You okay, Hakima? Hakima, you alright?
I'm my fault. I ain't know about my son.
No, it's okay.
My son threw water all over the floor.
Oh, you're talking to a human? I thought you were talking to a dog like that. That's why I talk to Bubba sometimes. You're all good. You're all good. We didn't mean to pry into your personal life. So, in the future, thanks to our friend, future Congressman John Kitover, we are going to stream rooms such as Chillism or Politically Correct and other rooms, Healthy Baits, for example. We will stream them into this room, and then we'll just have a conversation. We'll listen to a little bit. We'll say, hey, let's go peek in and see what's going on in Chillism. And then we'll listen a little bit, and then once we've heard enough, we'll stop the stream, and then we'll have a conversation. I think this is going to be the best rooms that Clubhouse can do at this stage of the game. Chrissy, I'm not the one that condones recordings. What I've accepted is that the app itself has condoned anonymous accounts, and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't, like, if somebody was an anonymous account, I can't throw them out. So if you can't beat them, join them. That's the old saying. And so what we're going to do is we're going to repurpose content from other rooms into this room and then create an elevated sense of content over here. That's the plan. John, do you want to talk a little more about that?
Yeah, going back to the title of this room, Anarchy, I believe that tomorrow will cause anarchy on this app. And it is because essentially we will be obliterating echo chambers. And so technically in communication, the reframe is very powerful. So tomorrow we are going to offer Clown House a fresh reframe. And I think you will witness total and absolute anarchy. And again, I am running for Congress, so I do believe this will be beneficial in drawing attention to my campaign. Particularly with regards to communication strategy and the lack of education, or really just how degraded and how much brain rot has really set in amongst our fellow Americans.
Amazing. I'm excited about this. I hope you guys are excited. Because here's the other thing. You can come to this room and not have to worry about missing out on what might be going on in another room. Because we're going to bring you the best and the worst of what Clubhouse has to offer. And then we will offer our analysis and our critique. Some of us might say, hey, they made a really good point. That's probably unlikely to happen when we stream Chillism in here. But I think it's going to give us a great opportunity to expand. I like the idea of sometimes maybe we'll just tap into hear what the Persians are saying. We won't understand a lick of what they're saying, but it might be just fun and refreshing to just hear the different speech patterns and the cadence in which people speak. There's endless possibilities of this, and so I'm putting all of Clubhouse. This is a warning to you. We are going to be listening, and we are going to be streaming, and we are going to be talking about what you're talking about.
You got to change the name of the house or do it in another house, like somebody critiquing Clubhouse or something.
No, because people prefer to be in the muff, and if they don't like being in the muff, they probably don't belong here.
Okay, I can't talk against being in the muff. Yeah, I'm with you.
Even Brent likes being in the muff.
Again, you have to realize all communication.
I'm certainly in it more than you are.
Maybe so. You're married, and if your wife puts out on a daily basis, you're getting more than I am. I will freely admit, because I'm very selective, I am not having sex every day like some of you whores.
Same reason since I haven't joined Mojo. That, and as you observed the other day, I just like to hold on to Pink.
It's okay. Moose, I know why you healed the pig ticket, and I'm gonna hit the nail on the head here. You can deny if you'd like, but you have some friends that are of a far lefty variety, and if they were to come and peek in this room and see you on as a member of the House, you could at least have some dignity by saying, "I'm not a member. I was just there refuting some of their bad ideas." I think that's why you do it.
I was here as the left ambassador, a mole. But if you actually change the room, you had other rooms. Yeah, I mean, other houses where I was a full-on member. So I'm not sure that's entirely true.
So is it just the title of the room you don't like? The House?
100%.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll have a poll someday and we'll change the name of the House. I'm very partial to this, so I'm going to be voting for it. But
I mean, maybe hovering over the muff, circumventing the muff. I don't know, something a little more scientific.
You know what
Hey Moose, how are you in the muff but don't want to join the in the muff? Like that's hypocritical.
In real life.
Listen.
You're cutting out.
You know, tomorrow you are all going.
Sorry, I was just getting some more muff.
You are all going to witness tomorrow squealing, screaming, anger, absolute chaos, anarchy, and insanity. And, you know, I have some experience with this on this app. I mean, I have been recording these rooms for quite a while. And when they know that I'm live streaming them, they have emotional meltdowns. But the fact that we will also be piping it in with the assistance of In the Muff, this is going to amplify the exposure tomorrow. So, if you are available tomorrow at 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. or however long we go or whenever it starts, please join in the fun, invite people to the room, and we're going to need your participation. That means we need you to go to Politically Correct, to Chillison, and say, hey, they're live streaming your audio into another clown house room. They're also putting it on YouTube, and they are critiquing what you're saying. We're not going to repeat what they say. We're pretty much going to be the contrarian to what they're saying, or not. But I hope tomorrow you all enjoy this incredible roast. Again, this is going to be a roast.
Well, I also would like to say that it gives an opportunity for the smart people with the good ideas to have their message amplified. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the instrument that causes people to have better conversations. I think it's going to be fun when people say, I don't consent. I don't consent to have it streamed. You know, the thing that nullifies that is I don't even have to go into a room to listen to it. Now you can just go in the hallway and hover over a room. Without even entering the room, you could listen to it. So all of these ideas that people have about privacy on this app and I don't give consent, all of that stuff is gone. And if you don't like those facts, you should talk to Paul or Rowan, because those are the ones that have come up with those ideas. And so the other thing I want to highly encourage people to do is to really maximize this, is that when the YouTube is streaming, to make sure that you go onto that YouTube account, you go ahead and subscribe to it, like it, share it, comment on it, and also take it and share these these clips on other social media, because I think if we blow up the YouTube stream, it will drive traffic. People that have never been on Clubhouse will go, where is that happening? And then when they realize that, oh, there's this app called Clubhouse where there's a house called In the Muff where you don't even need to peruse the app. You could just go get the best and the worst of in one central location.
Yeah, I hate that new feature. I haven't experienced it yet where you can hover over the houses and listen to what's being said for so many minutes. Now, when I go into other people's houses, I do my best to censor my ideas and take my time and really think before I speak. In my own house, not so much, but now I have to be so very careful. I really, really hate this new feature.
Nice, you're talking about the feature like where you're seemingly in the hallway, you hover over one room, and then you hear like, I don't know, what is it, 30 seconds, a minute of conversation?
Exactly.
Or you forces you to join the room. That's, my lord, my kingdom for a goddamn... Okay, am I coming through better here?
Yeah.
I was just going to say what was deceiving about that, as per the huge with Clubhouse, it says, so you're hovering, thinking you're eavesdropping, or like, hey, I'm going to hear, listen for a little minute, or anything interesting, maybe I'll join. And it actually has the big blue button that says join room. I found out inadvertently, they're like, I don't know what room it was, but they're like, Moose, why do you keep going in and out of our room? I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I realized, even without hitting join the room, they see you in the room. Like, what? I mean, really, are these 14-year-olds that are coding this? It's absolutely wild. It's counterintuitive to a positive user experience.
Yeah. Let's talk about the coding for a second in how it pertains to new features. They have this polling feature that's up above that hopefully you guys have all responded to by this point. If you do the math, it adds up to 102%. This is a quick fix. I could even fix it, and I'm not particularly good at programming. The other thing that's interesting is that it shows who voted for what. I think anonymous voting would be better. And then the final critique is that if I were to go and change the poll, it will kick me out of the room. I should be able to change the poll, in the poll, do those types of things without being thrown from the room. There's a lot of work that they have. Hopefully you guys can get that kind of feedback to the founders, though.
Can I just say tomorrow I will be doing the heavy lifting and live streaming the room. So if everyone wants to share my video, but I would encourage you all to get a second cell phone and literally live stream or record what people are saying on this app. Don't be a victim of, the spam on this app. Reverse the flow. Hopefully we can organize and monetize, but I think that if we are going to change America, this is actually could be a great butterfly effect platform to do that with. And if the founders of this app shut down what we're doing, well, it doesn't matter to me because apparently you could just keep creating accounts. So even they are exhausted, I think, with all of the gossip and all of the reporting. And, Anonymous was a response to essentially take the responsibility off of them from people making recordings of what people like to complain about that are unrecorded rooms. So again, they deferred that liability and took that responsibility off of their plate. And it's creators who are creative that will generate social change for positive change. I mean, this is how we maybe evolutionize our consciousness on technology platforms like this. It's the people. The platform is doesn't even exist. It's agnostic. We're just people talking to each other on a fucking conference call. That's it. But how we structure it, what we say, what information is being exchanged is what matters. The platform is basically insignificant. It's almost like it doesn't exist. We're just brains talking to brains on a fucking conference call. So I'm just saying time is very important and what we say matters. So hopefully, even, the term anarchy is going to breed a collective organization, that helps everybody. Utilitarian type of, raising of all ships. But I think tomorrow is going to be fun. I mean, this is basically the pre-party show.
Well, make sure you tap into that room full of rats led by WAC 100. That should be an interesting, chaotic conversation.
You could technically call this show Stirring the Pot, because that's what we will be doing, is stirring the pot.
Well, it definitely sounds like it's going to be fun.
Maybe, Angel, unless John happens to tune into a room where they're talking shit about him. That could go either way. It could be entertaining or, quite nerving. John, how would you feel about that? I if you happen to tune into a room and the entire discussion is dragging you.
Yeah, that to me is when I really tickles my feather, because then I pull out a cell phone and I hit the short on YouTube and I create a 15-second to a 3-minute clip of them defaming me, libeling me, making death threats, etc. That's when it gets a lot of fun over here in the recording studio.
30 people in the room at the moment. Apparently 6 is a plus account. I think it's time for Clubhouse to go back to the monetizing board.
Well, if they're going to charge people, they should give them a feature that they actually asked for. In fact, if they were to listen to the people that have been on this app of what would make for good monetization, it would be easy to figure out. Fanbase actually had a pretty good system where you buy hearts, and then you basically buy a heart for a penny, and then when you give the heart to somebody, you like what they say, or you can give them multiple hearts at the same time. You can give them 100 hearts, 1,000 hearts, 10,000 hearts. And then when you give them the heart, they get half of the value of that, and then the app keeps the other half. And so every heart cost a penny, and if you get a heart, you get a half a penny. So you have to get 2 hearts to make a penny. By the way, when Kelly and I did our rooms on Fanbase, I made more money in that first room on Fanbase than I ever made here on Clubhouse. So that's something that does work.
$12.
No, I made on the first room I made over $60, and on the second room I made like $30-something. So combined, I've been on that app 3 times, and I made like just a hair over $100.
I don't know if anybody knows, and who Kim Cutts is. Adams might know Kim Cutts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I joined Fanbase. I don't really go over there, but if she opens a room, I'll go listen to Kim Cutts. When I first joined Fanbase, I think I had about 1,000 hearts, and I'm down to maybe 600. I give all my hearts to Kim Cutts. What did you say, Adam?
I don't fuck with the ghetto.
I remember like Kim Cutts and what was the other one? Was it Honey Badger? That they would have these rooms on Clubhouse with like Honey Shakur, like 300-400 people in there, and I go in there, I'm like, all right, I just like, sociological experiment, like what is the attraction? And I just didn't get it. Like her Cash App thing is posted, like why are there 300 people in this room listening to? I mean, I'm not saying it was. I don't know, to each their own, I guess, at the end of the day. But I was trying to just understand what some influencers do to attract the folks that listen to them. Like, it's bizarre.
Hey, John, are you set up where we could test out this streaming feature now? Or do you need till tomorrow?
Oh no, I have other accounts, but I won't jump into a room under anonymous. I'll just, if you want to hear a room to test the audio quality, we can do that.
Yeah, I want to see if we could test. Let's go peek in at the 13 people that are in Chillism. That would be fun.
Wow, 13. They're actually over double digits?
Yes.
See, the great thing about this is I'm not the only one who has to be the person who can participate. If anybody here has another device and you got good audio quality, feel free to speak up. This is a collective effort.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if somebody wants to like peruse the app and go, holy shit, you won't believe what they're talking about, boom, there's the content. Let's go ahead and tap in. We could crowdsource this bitch to make sure that anything that is good or anything that is comically bad, we can go ahead and bring it into this room, and then we get to talk about it. This is what the people want to listen to. They want to make sure they're not missing. That FOMO thing is real. The fear of missing out. You can't be here and there, but starting tomorrow, you will be able to be everywhere on this app, everywhere all at once.
Okay, let's do a quick little test here. So we are going to play.
I don't consent to being recorded.
Okay, this is Joker's Lounge. Songs to my Habibti. This is Anne is in this room. This is,
Do we have an alliance or not?
There's no alliance. This is free for all.
If anyone skips me one more time, you two better skip me one more time. I swear to God, I'm gonna punch you in
Look
your
how many
throat.
cards I have, though.
Not you, Scorpy. My
I'm
sweet.
saying, that's, look at how many cards I have. It's like,
Yeah, but Mises is looking real low, and now Turpy is looking real low. I don't trust any of them.
It's your, like, trying to make sure we can get 2 cards. You have to make it make sense.
Relax. Fucking great right now.
I can't
Take a deep
relax.
breath and fuck them up.
It's funny how
Oh
dressed
my
you
God,
get.
gee, they just. It's okay.
okay, that's called Joker's Lounge. Songs to my Habibi. Let's see if we can find chillism. I may be blocked or kicked. In the meantime, this is called What Happens to Africa if Burkina Faso Falls with Lonzo.
Boycott. You are a low IQ degenerate.
Can I offer a quick submission?
All things you can hold on, bro. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Out of all things you could be losing your out of all things you could be using your time, your intellectual labor, your social political capital on, you're gonna focus on a non-factor, small immigrant population. Like, what are we even talking? Like, this is low IQ at its finest. This is niggatry, bro. This is
Right. And if I may, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I add something, Nathan? Yeah. Well, I think, Sister Pretty, we also have to realize, I don't know if you're involved in activism or community activism in your city or community, but yeah, Black folks have always protested against white businesses. In fact, during the George Floyd and even the Michael Brown in St. Louis, they shut down entire shopping malls, during the holidays. Because as you know, the verdict for Michael Brown came down in November. So
Yeah. They kicked me. They kicked me. So this is where Anonymous comes into play, where live streaming that type of content and then providing feedback or just being shocked at to what they're saying is the real value of Anonymous. And this is why anarchy and chaos, will proceed from this scientific experiment.
Amazing.
Wait, John, what room was that? That was the chillism room?
No, that's Lonzo's room.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Lonzo's the Haitian guy that likes to speak for American blacks.
Yeah, I think I'm following him.
Okay, I give you chillism. This will be 60 seconds of chillism.
This is quite.
Yeah, exactly. What's up, Mark? Can't answer a question. Oh wait, neither can you.
So like I
Was that a good thing?
Go down the tree.
Was that a good thing? Mark, you want to take over? You want to ask him a question?
He's making me have to
throw him in your blender. I'm sure you will.
I would like to present what I interpret why he was talking about genetics.
Brother, no, yo, hold on, brother. There's like 8 things happening at once, and
it's
he's getting away
3.
with
1, 2, 3. You're right. It's 3.
He's getting away with a lot of things right now, and I want to.
What am I getting? I just asked you about your feelings.
So no, brother, no. You did something, and I want to point it out.
What did I do? What did I do?
It's very important to the
conversation. Is it your humanity that you're going to explain what I did? Because we know it's flawed.
Can we get him down for just a second? Or
no, that's not going to happen. That's definitely not going to happen, bro. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not breaking any rules in this house.
Make your submission.
I'm not breaking any rules in this house.
Nathan, anybody? Can I get
Oh my God, he's calling for help. He's calling for help. Why do you need
Can I get a bulletproof vest?
To be fair, I cannot contravene the rules of the house.
Yeah, I'm trying to contribute. Yeah, I'm trying to contribute to the conversation.
What you can try to do is, because a lot of people do this, and this was pretty smart, you can try and get Mike to break the rules. So, I don't know, maybe try and get him to talk about either kids or call a woman a bitch on stage, so if you can quickly pick a woman into the room and then like tag out, and then like Mike calls you a bitch, but then he does it hitting her or something like that. Like these are the
These are the ways you can beat them into it. Like, quite difficult. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, that's 60 seconds of chillism. Now, I think at some point you have to have some self reflection. Say, is it worth it? Is it worth it to come here and to listen to these meaningless conversations of brain rot? Is it worth it? That's my question I want to ask you. Is it worth it?
Maybe that could be the title of the room. Is it worth it?
You guys, Nelson, has anybody been on Chatter? Nelson's gone absolutely psychotic. He begged me to come over. Every time I talk, he throws me out. He has gone absolutely psychotic. A number of my colleagues, we won't even go in there anymore. Has anyone been over there recently?
Yeah.
No,
It's crazy.
Some kind of financial
It's crazy.
stress or something.
It's crazy. You know, I encountered Jennifer Lopez's, makeup artist, which is very strange. Very strange. Very strange.
I haven't been there since Jonathan Bing ruined. They have, so I left when Jonathan Bing ruined it.
They are literally putting guns out when they talk, and they're threatening each other with guns. It is, I mean, I don't want to be there at all, but something's about ready to come down that's not okay. And when I heard someone say they don't fuck with the hood, that's exactly what it's turning into. And Nelson is really, he's so triggered by me, it's insane. And, I tried, and if anyone else has had a negative experience, I support them in speaking out about it.
Well, that's interesting because when the app first launched, Nelson touted it as being the opposite of Clubhouse. No ratchet, no threats, no violence, no calling people out in the headlines, no doxing. So to hear you say he has now gone down the rabbit hole of fuckery, I'm amused.
It's really bad, like psychiatric bad. Up all night, people attacking each other. It's completely out of control. And I started this Make America Healthy Again, send Nelson back to Nigeria, and he's mad as hell. But I'm tired of it. I mean, I'm tired of it, and it's unhealthy. And there's people there who've like drank the Kool-Aid, who are getting caught into it. So it's sad.
You know what would be a really, really, really fun room on Chatter? The Lee Wanta scandal.
How we separate rich.
Well, if anybody in Clubhouse wanted to do send Nelson back to Nigeria, I'll come in.
It's like, I said 1 + 1, not 1 next
Nelson
to 1.
doesn't understand.
Well, my definition of the word one is different from your definition of the word one.
He's doing,
and they try to proceed forward, move forward with the argument.
He's not being an anarchist. He's creating complete chaos. And, I guess he didn't pay somebody, and yesterday they came on the episode and stuff, went psychotic.
Lee Wanta scandal. Thank you. Lee Wanta scandal. Ask him about that.
Well, I'm not talking to what scandal is that. Yes. I mean, and it's like over the line of danger now.
It's something that we all can agree on, and we could act.
Roger?
Which scandal are we referring to, Dr. Adams? I'm sorry, I missed it.
The Lee Wanta scandal. Bilking billions of dollars out of, white people in Florida.
You want to expand on that?
Nigerian scams?
Is Nelson involved in that?
What kind of scam is that? Is that celebrity scam?
Look it up. Look it up.
Can you guide me through it?
Is he involved in that? Do you have any facts of him being involved in that?
No, of course not. I mean, I'm not allegedly, equating him to that scandal. But again, look up that says scandal.
So, I had 5,000 people on Clubhouse, and then Nelson went and created Chatter. Nelson keeps coming onto Clubhouse trying to steal Clubhouse's audience. If I was the CEO of Clubhouse, I would be really pissed off at Nelson, and I would ban him from coming in here. I mean, somebody's got to put some, like, American wake-up call on what this guy's doing, because it's not safe. It's getting where it's like full-on ghetto now. And I guess last night they all brought their guns out on their videos. That's fucking insane. And I land. Thanks for the talk. Thank you.
Dr. Mojo, since you are the premier green bean, I would just ask that, as the super producer, if at any moment you want to make a request, during the show today or tomorrow, and you say, okay, you know what, John or somebody else in the room, give us chillism, give us, show, give us that show, or give us a random sample, like just to break it up.
Yeah, so I think what we're gonna do is we'll have like a regular room where we talk, and then people can say, hey, here's a subject, here's a topic in another room. Maybe we check on that, and then when we do it, once we do bring the stream in, everybody needs to remain on mute so we can hear the stream. This is where we need to get. We'll have like a culture in here of, if we want to stop it, we'll get a GIF, and then if more than 50% of the stage wants to stop the stream, then we'll indicate the stop. Like if it's good, we'll just let it go. Maybe we'll even have an indication of keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, and then we'll have like a universal signal when we want it to stop, and then when we stop it, then we'll discuss it. We'll go around the room, we'll talk about it, and then if we want to tap back in and listen to it some more, we can do that. If we want to check in a different room, we'll do that. But we're gonna have to get visual cues, not audio cues, of when we're done with the content. That way you would know. Okay, you can stop now.
I think also putting a survey, once we know the names of the shows that we're rebroadcasting, that we have a survey, what's your favorite show out of the 4 selections that we've been sampling?
That's a good idea. And then if we do tap into a debate, we'll definitely let people here decide who won their debate. And then we could give a feedback loop to them of like, hey, congratulations. The people in the muff believe that so-and-so won the debate. And then it'll be a nice little, it's almost like publishing a voter guide. Adams, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Also, don't forget tomorrow, if you are in the muff with us and you are part of this live rebroadcast experience, we may call you out and need your help to go into these rooms and alert them that they're being rebroadcast in this room. Your active participation is desperately needed. Without your help, you won't maximize the experience and have as much fun as you can, and this room won't be as popular and as big as it will be. So please, your participation will be required and needed.
Yeah, I think this is going to be fun. I think we'll also have to have some firm rules, like, for this room. Typical stuff that we already agreed to, like no doxing and no threats and that sort of thing. So when we're critiquing people, I think we should, I almost feel like we should play the critique straight. Like, the comedy is going to be what we stream, and then we could be the straight men and women, and we could critique it in an honest way, and then we can go back to the comedy that they provide to us. I don't think we need to add humor, a layer of humor over top of this, because the humor will be provided for us.
Yeah, what time zone is that?
That's the second time. I will have different times. I'm going to schedule them on different days at different times, just to make sure we can start getting a snapshot of different people and their availability, so they can understand what's going on.
Once we build the culture and the awareness that it's happening, then we'll standardize on a particular time that works best for most.
You're non-black, correct?
No, she's not.
I have a feeling we're going to find new favorite rooms. That's what I believe is going to happen. We're going to tap into a room, and it's going to be like, holy shit, where has this room been all our life? I think that's what's going to happen here. We're going to be scouring the app.
I don't
to
think
find
that all
content.
science should be in public
We need
because
everybody's help to do this.
if
Now, some people may not like this new format. I have a feeling we're going to be kind of chasing the dragon in the sense that a lot of this is very boring. And so this is not a compression of the best clips. Again, this will be live. This isn't going to be like a day of recordings from yesterday and the best of the best. But my point in doing this is that what's the fucking difference? It's the same stupid shit. You're just listening to it in this room.
Different devices, like what's your goal? How many rooms are you going to, like what's your record for recording simultaneously?
I did a three studio recording session where I had, 3 rooms being recorded live on multiple devices in different rooms of my house, or actually 4 different rooms in my house.
I think the White America rooms might provide some interesting content for us.
And I want to let everybody know this could be a grand finale type show. Like tomorrow, I will dedicate the morning to doing this, but this is basically the summary of my research project. This is like my thesis statement being submitted for my PhD. So this is the end of it. Like tomorrow will be a blowout, and I very much doubt we will do the same show. Maybe we'll do it this whole week. I don't know how hard it's going to draw me in, but this is what I've been doing for many years now. We're only doing what we've always been doing. But, pull that curtain away and we're going to find out, who the Wizard of Oz is.
Lordness, what do you, I'm going to get back to the anarchy thing. What do you think would be different in terms of the crime rate? Do you think the crime rate with no police force, do you think it would go up or go down?
I mean, who would actually record it?
Well, let's just say there was an independent third party that did a survey.
How about this, Mojo? All right, how about this? Let's say in a corporation, communist ideology, specific territory within this ideology, right? It would vary, but I don't think the crime rate would be high in those territories. But in the neutral zone, it would vary. I mean, it would be difficult to try to record all of the deaths in the neutral zone, especially if nobody's going to really clean up the place. But I think it might be lower in a specific territory.
Who do you think would fare better, lefties, righties, or centrists?
Centrists.
Well, how would they fare better?
Is the question no law and order at all, or just local police, or no FBI, or what? All law enforcement gone?
So, alright, so from what I'm talking about with my ideology, belief system, or ideology, corporations, religion, cults, ideologies, all of them, they're only able to control land and territory. They're able to have their own form of military, and police force is mainly based on currency, population, and weapon of technology that they have to defend their specific ideology. Neutral zones, obviously, it's like a Wild West in some way. Just people just mind their own business.
You realize that in the Wild West they had sheriffs, right?
Oh, yeah. But I'm not saying like that. I'm just saying it as a hypothetical.
Right, but you
referenced the Wild West, and I'm just suggesting that if you take like Tombstone, Arizona, the shootout at the OK Corral, all of that started with the sheriffs taking the guns from certain people. So law enforcement had some pretty strict rules back then. So why would you compare anarchy to the Wild West?
I'm talking about the neutral zones in a way of, I mean, there's no way you can really force someone to give them your guns unless, I don't know, if you had like a implanted a nuke within you or something, then it's like, well, if you kill me, it doesn't matter who's going to come out of this or not. But
well, that brings up another question that we've asked Bima, and I'd love to get your answer on this. Over 5,000, probably closer to 6,000 nuclear warheads. In your world, who would possess those?
Everyone.
Well, not everyone could have one because there's 350 million people in this country, and there's only let's call it 5,500 warheads. So not everybody gets one. So what's the more accurate answer? Who actually gets these?
Again, it's a free-for-all. So, I mean, first off, I guess if, let's say, we were going to go through a thorough hypothetical. In the beginning, people are going to be buying them. Some people are going to be selling them.
But who has them to sell them? Because, like, right now, they're, like...
Military.
So the military will either keep them or sell them?
Correct.
And you think that's a good development?
Yes. Corporations could also purchase the warheads, too.
So you're pro-nuclear proliferation?
Yeah. Look, the type of ideology I'm speaking of, if you view it like Warhammer 40K mixed with Terminator, times 100.
Anybody have any other questions for Lordness? Do you guys think that this sounds like an attractive place to live, where the military sells nuclear weapons to whoever they want?
Sorry, just a question. Would Iran as well be one of the countries that can have nuclear weapons?
Wait, Iran?
Yes, Iran.
I mean, look, my ideology isn't for the world, it's only for the U.S.
But what if one of these military guys that's...
if they do?
What if he wanted to sell it to somebody in Iran? Would that be okay?
Look, it's their choice. If they do, they do. But I highly doubt they're really going to succeed in any way with one warhead when this ideology has a very massive competition of war and technological growth to the point that they are capable of destroying the planet if they are losing their territory.
Well, again, you never cease to amaze me with bad ideas. Anthony, just to catch you up on what's going on here, Lordness, who's an anarchist, when he was asked the question, who would get the nuclear weapons if we had complete anarchy, and he said that the military would have them, and it would be their choice to keep them or sell them. And he indicated that it would be their choice if they wanted to sell these weapons to a nation state like Iran.
I mean, nuclear weapons is... Sorry, Anthony, go ahead, man.
Nah, Moose, it's all good. You know, this idea that the military, you know, what I look at, I look at self-interest, and it would not be in the military's self-interest to do anything like that, bro. It makes fundamentally no sense whatsoever. So I have to vehemently disagree with your assessment.
So you think that the military is its own, in this hypothetical then, alright, like, how would the military actually progress in this ideology?
What share of Wild West are nuclear weapons?
They're also going to go against corporations that could probably make worse things.
In society breakdown, the military, they have guns, butter, training. They're going to be the ruling class like they are in a lot of countries when there's a military coup. You know, if we have anarchy, they and their loved ones will be well taken care of. If they can't produce it, they'll take it. It's just that simple. With them selling nuclear weapons makes no sense whatsoever.
I wonder what Brent has to say about this. Brent, Lordness says that in his desired state of affairs, the government would not exist and anarchy would prevail. And when he was asked about nuclear weapons, he said that the military would just keep them and they would be free to sell them if they'd like. So if you were a submarine captain and you had a submarine and the nukes that are on board, you could keep them or you could sell them. What do you think of Lordness's idea about this?
Well, I mean, taking it slightly more seriously and going back to the roots of anarchy and this kind of thought of elimination of the state, nuclear weapons are a great example of why you can never actually go towards political anarchy. See, because you frankly need that hierarchical control with something but like nukes, because you have to have one voice to watch it. You have to have, that deterrent effect, and there's just no way out of it now that we have over 3,000 nuclear weapons. So it's like responding to Cinderella and the Magic Kingdom. I mean, it's not worth responding to, besides the fact that, to point out that political anarchy was always unfeasible, but in the modern world, nukes are an example why it is especially unfeasible now.
So what if we got something so this is a lot simpler, like old technology, like the railroad? Lordness, who would you've got a railroad that goes across the country. It could be for passengers, it could be for freight. In an anarchy society, when you don't have the organization of these things, what would happen if the people, let's say in Montana, decided, hey, we're going to build a bowling alley here, right where the tracks were. We're going to take the tracks out, and they just completely destroyed the train system. Who would stop them from doing that?
Nobody.
So you wouldn't be able to have a transportation method that crosses the country, such as roads or railroads.
I mean, there's other methods besides trains. If, let's say, we go down this route. I mean, look at my PTR. Back to that, the military selling the nukes and all that. Would they really be capable of fighting something like this in the PTR? An army of these, probably made from mad scientists creating all these different experiments and weapons and all that within a matter of days, because there's no regulation to stop them from creating it. Especially when they have the money and time to do so in corporations.
I'm trying to understand your point here. Can somebody help me with the translation?
No.
I believe he's saying without the government, weapons are going to advance at a much faster rate than they are currently advancing.
Not just weapons, technology, transportation, every form of thing will advance to the point that no other country around the world would not want to fuck with this country. No way. Because then, I mean, let's just say if the whole world united against this one country, with all these different ideologies and corporations and all that, I mean, it could go down to either the specific ideology winning that war, or if we're close to losing it, might as well destroy the whole planet.
That doesn't sound like a good strategy to me, but let me ask you this. Who would coordinate the Navy? Because that's one of our big advantages when it comes to global supremacy in warfare. Who would control our Navy?
It would vary in the ideology that has control of a massive Navy.
That did answer my question.
Alright, then let's say Amazon, right? Let's say if Amazon was able to mass produce a Navy, a strong Navy. Then, I mean,
and what would you do? You would transfer warehouse workers into soldiers?
If they have to.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lordness from Chillism.
Well, I wasn't originally there. I used to listen to your rooms a long time ago, I think a year ago.
Did you have these ideas back then?
Yeah.
Got it. So, do you think that chillism is old?
Somewhat. I know a lot of cults. They're not 50-50, but not fully.
Do you feel like chillism has a Scientologist rhetoric?
I don't know. I mean, look, it's a little bit mixed in there.
Got it. So you don't see like an undertone of Scientology?
Not that I know of, or I can comprehend.
David, welcome. We're just talking to Lordness, who is walking us through this very well thought out philosophy of his called anarchy. And he was explaining to us who would possess the nukes, how life would just go on if there was no railway or interstate roads, how we would protect against foreign invasions if we have no coordinated navy. It's fascinating stuff, Dave. John, who do you think is a better presenter of ideas, Bema or Lordness, when it comes to anarchy? Anyone want to answer? Okay, the whole room's gone silent. Perfect. Amazing.
I've only been to Chillism today. I haven't been there before. But I'm extremely fascinated by this character, Lordness, because I mean, are you actually trolling? Tell me the truth.
Oh, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm writing a story on this novel too, or on this ideology too, so I mean, either way.
Are you completely mad?
I mean, you can say whatever you want and make as much claims as you want, but it's just my belief system. Okay. After all, I do believe in the multiverse.
Oh, right, okay. And, yeah, okay, I mean, I don't need to ask anything else. Thank you.
Okay, Lordness, you had me on multiverse. Now my interest is piqued. And I was in the store, I couldn't answer Mojo's question. I think he said who's the better speaker or the best presenter of their ideology, Bema or Lordness. I would have to say Lordness. He's very descriptive with his narrative. It's well thought out. As fantastical and insane as it is, I have to give him credit for the creativity he's put into this chaotic, deathly world that he wants to live in, where there are no laws, no rules, rape, murder, the children aren't safe, the women aren't safe. So, and then you added the multiverse as icing on the cake. So I guess you would win in the battle between your narrative and Bema's narrative.
I think that's a good point, because Bema typically just says, I support ideas where you cannot initiate force or coercion onto another person or people. And then when you ask her for specifics, she has nothing. So at least Lordness engages with us and tells us what he thinks that this might look like.
I mean, I'm just giving you guys the little things that you guys are asking questions about. I'm not giving the full-on, in-depth details.
Who would make the rules?
Now, alright, this is still a little bit of a weird iffy part. Think of it like the not Illuminati. Think of it like the Illuminati, but a little bit more like its own military force that has the most advanced technology in every way to defend this ideology. Now, laws and all that, I mean, it would vary on the territory, but mainly that military force of the Illuminati, hypothetical military force and all that, that would be the portion of the ideology that would defend the specific ideology if either one of the ideologies was a majority of the whole state or country, or if a nation attempts, or all nations attempts to go against the specific ideology.
But isn't that kind of antithetical to the whole point?
They're not enforcing laws. They're only there just to let it keep it going.
But by virtue of that, they are enforcing them.
So I'm not getting what you're asking.
If the purpose of them is to defend the ideology, that seems to me to be a system of governance.
Some might see this is like a little bit of the effy part because they're not really, because there's no main government because of all the different ideologies, the corporations, the let's say communism. If Amazon was his own form of military and defense force and all that, there are so many forms of ideology within their own territory as societies and different forms of currency. Like it expands to a larger picture. Like this specific force doesn't involve itself with any form of the land or territory. It's just like think like a spire. It's just a little spire that's just empty and void, nothing at all. And let's just say if one of the ideologies took control of the whole country, or let's say if the whole world was to go against this country, this military force would be capable of going against the whole world and or this specific ideology.
How does this military fund itself?
I mean, mainly taken from the other ideologies through back deals.
Ideologies have bank accounts?
Yes, I mean, different forms of currency.
Sounds like taxes.
I mean, some could have taxes, some wouldn't.
Who would have the authority to collect taxes?
So if, let's say, the corporation had taxes, obviously they would have their own form of police force and military to collect the taxes. Or an AI system that automatically collects the taxes within the territory.
So, in our current state, we have a constitution, and we have a legal basis to say that we're going to collect these taxes. What would be the basis that gives this company the authority? And what if a competing company comes along and says, "No, give the taxes to us. We're better"? What's to stop that?
I mean, they'd have the right to do that.
Yeah, I mean...
So would you have to pay taxes to every corporation?
Not everyone. No, not everyone. I mean, because they all vary. I mean, wherever you choose to live, it's good. I mean, you don't have to, but they might kick you out or force you to do work.
Or do you think this is a good idea?
Yeah, I mean, you've been asking me this a couple times.
No, I've asked you what your ideas are, but I'm asking you if you think it's a good idea. I mean, like, it's one thing to come up with an idea. Like, there's another to come up with good ideas. Do you think this would optimize human flourishing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Mojo, I just been wanting. So when you were talking about Wild Wild West before, and yes, there is law enforcement, albeit at a very low scale. Do you think, like the Deadwood age and all that, like, you know, the sheriff, new sheriff in town, would it be fair to say that not all homicides were accounted for, or even remotely pursued?
Yeah, I actually heard these comedians talking about this, where they were saying that in the Wild West, somebody could go and kill somebody, rob a bank, whatever it is, and then they can, then they draw a wanted poster, and so the only wanted poster is this image of what he looked like. Let's say he's wearing a particular type of hat, and let's say he has a mustache. He can get rid of the hat, shave his mustache, and then just go become a sheriff in another town. Like it was. There's definitely a lawlessness.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
Deadwood is a fantastic show, though. I'm actually rewatching it. It's been a number of years.
It was so unfortunate that they didn't get the natural conclusion to that show. The movie that they made years later was just not up to the standard of the show.
I heard it was bad, yeah. Yeah, Swerenser. Sucker Swerenser.
Yeah, no, I think the Wild West was an interesting thing. I actually think that
Keep why do you gotta kick Mojo out like that? That's rude.
I wasn't even a mod until he left. His battery died or something. You probably got a dead battery. Back.
Does anyone have other questions, or mainly just Roger asking the questions?
Well, my thing is, sir, I'm not entirely. Oh, hold on. Lordness, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely convinced that you want to live in this world unless you live in a castle with a moat, a fortress of somehow, because I don't think you'll be able to. I mean, you have to have a pretty solid some weaponry to protect you and yours, right? Because I don't think that you alone, you would have to have an army of doctors to fend off the rabid personalities who would come and want to rape and pillage your property. So I don't know. Do you have what does your army of darkness look like, sir? Because you're definitely going to need one. And also, here's the really important question: are there zombies in this apocalyptic world where anarchy rules?
Now, if a ideology does create zombies somehow, sure. But I highly doubt that's a possibility. If anything, it's all going to be cyborgs or clones or mutation creatures, some type of infection that could create biomass and all that.
The cyborgs and clones, I forgot about them. So yeah, what if the cyborgs go rogue? Humans are no match to cyborgs, sir.
Well, that's where you gotta improve yourself in any way possible to go against them.
Improve yourself? Like more push-ups?
No. I mean, like having cybernetics and all that. Going full blown, like just doing whatever it takes to improve yourself in any way.
In a world without police, I don't think it'll be as violent as people think it is. I think the police. I think the police actually perpetrate violence because people think they know they can do certain shit and they protect it to a certain extent. So like in a world without police, people would it'd be more respect than people think.
You think police are worse than armies of darkness?
Oh my. Look. I mean, with hey, Kima, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, like it's in the beginning, it's gonna be like the Purge. It's in any form of ideology change, it's gonna be chaotic. Probably not as chaotic as the ideology I'm for, but
I
over
think
time,
it would be more. Oh, sorry, though. Go ahead.
over time, it will just like calm down, and then it's just like just I'm minding my own business. You fuck with me, we're gonna see how that goes.
I agree. I think Akima's honest. I think the shock value will, of course, it's not going to be overnight. People, of course, will take advantage of whatever for a while, but then a lot of criminals actually literally live on the thrill of cortisol and adrenaline, of being smarter than outsmarting the police and all that. I think it'll go back to truly it takes a village, not just to raise a baby, but to look after your neighbor. I mean, at the end, when the Italians and Jews came over to New York, fun fact, the Jews and Irish started their organized syndicates in New York before the Italians. And the Italians like, all right, you don't want us, we'll create our own neighborhood. And of course, Hollywood took it from there. But they literally did. They looked over neighborhoods, albeit for a nominal fee to keep your store safe from getting burglarized. But I think, and really at the end of the day, wherever one lives, like, see something, say something. Like, how often do you feel that if you're walking down the street, you see somebody in trouble, someone will, a bystander will try to intervene on some level?
Folks don't like to intervene today. A lot of people like to mind their own business when they see people are in distress or being harmed. It takes a real true hero to want to help, someone vulnerable. And we seemingly are you know, our growing population of weaklings, beta male mentality, folks who just want to mind their own business, look the other way. They don't want to get involved because they think if they get involved, they're putting themselves in harm's way. So I don't know. In Lord and Mrs.
Unless they want to film it, no, they'll film it before they get involved.
You read my mind, David. Exactly. That's it. That's their way of getting involved. But the thing is that you don't have to be the hero. You don't have to jump in and physically put yourself in danger or make yourself vulnerable. There's actually courses. It's like nonviolent bystander interference or something. Where literally on the average, if you're across the street and you just start yelling like, "Hey, what the hell are you doing over there?" 9 out of 10 times, the attacker will run off like a scared rabbit. You don't have to run over there to be the hero and beat somebody up. In fact, the only time I've ever been jumped in my life, late at night, walking the streets, coming out of a bar, these guys jumped me. They didn't even want my money because they threw a bottle at me. They were just coming out of some strip club, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And one of them, they jumps out of the car, runs over to me, and I'm like, whoa, dude, like, I'm not looking for... Before he got the sentence out, he knocks me to the ground, and some random dude happened to be across the street. He's like, "Hey, you okay over there? What the hell's going on?" And sure enough, the rat ran away.
Well, but I think in Lordness's world, if you say, "Hey, what are you doing over there?" you might get popped in the damn head, right? So I don't know. I'm not sold yet. I don't want to live in this world that Lordness is painting, because I just think, criminals know that there are now, in real life, criminals know that there are real life consequences to their criminality. If there's no judges, jury, and executioners, I think folks will run rabid. There would be death and destruction for years to come. I disagree with this theory that there would only be violence initially and that it would quell off somehow. I don't know. The modern day human is insanity. We want to be violent. We're so far removed from spirituality, God, emotions, right? And if there's no one there to check us, then we will fully maximize this free will, this so-called free will that we have, and unleash our nefarious ideas and ideologies onto the next human. So I don't know, Lordness.
Nah, the reason why, what I think, like you said, there's no one to check you. Like it will be at that point. Like people will check each other. Because right now, a criminal have an advantage. One, he's not afraid to go to jail, and you know that your retaliation is not. You're not going to retaliate, especially not to the degree that you're going to go harm one of his loved ones. But in that reality, people know that if I do something to you, you're not just going. There's no jail. The retaliation, you gonna come after me, my family. So like it's gonna be more of a reality. There's not gonna be protection from the police for the criminals have the advantage. Everyone's gonna have the same attitude. If you come fuck with me, I'm gonna come fuck with you and your family, and that's gonna keep a lot of people in check. Well, I also think we would have to, in that case, we would have to have like these communities or compounds of people who want to maintain civility, right? In the world that Lordness is painting, humans, your average human would be very scared because they don't know the motive of those they encounter out in the street. You don't know if the person you encounter will kill you, pray for you, pray with you, join you in the rebellion, steal your shit, right? Or if they are checkable. So I think in this world that Lordness is painting, you would have to, I always like to say your vibe attracts your tribe. If you are the type of person that needs law and order and you want to live a very peaceful, soft kind of life, free from murder, robbery, chaos, etc., you would have to find like-minded people and build communities with them, a gated community, a fortress around this community so that the weirdos and the killers don't penetrate, right? Because I don't think that this will be a harmonious society that you guys seem to think it will be. And I mean, have we not seen? Have we not watched science fiction films? Has the Walking Dead not taught us anything about what it would be like in a world full of where there's no law, there's no governance? Maybe I've just watched too many sci-fi films and zombie films and post-apocalyptic films and anarchy films and The Purge, etc., etc. It sounds like an utter nightmare, this world that Lordness has crafted in his mind. Hakima, you would want to live in such a society? I mean, we live in one right now where a certain group of people can do what they want to do to other people. I'm not talking about racially. I'm talking about as far as the government. They can do whatever they want to do right now. There is anarchy right now. That we're not.
Plato had some interesting thoughts on this, on essentially every man knows what's right.
But like even when we like to show like Walking Dead, most people was trying to do the right thing. Most people was creating community. You had a few bad apples, but they ran through every now and then. But most people was trying to. Everybody was not just savage.
Before serendipity goes, I was going to say, fun fact. Sounds like you're a Walking Dead fan. They did a voiceover for one of the characters for the video game. Unfortunately, my character got killed off early, but it was fun.
Oh, right on.
Moose, how much has AI destroyed voiceover work?
Not as much as you think, Mojo. Not as much as you think. I know that was actually one of the, as Naya knows pretty well, like the huge actors-writer strike. Was that last year?
I think it was 2 years ago.
God, was that 2 years? Good Lord. Big part of the writing part was, and actually actors too, like having their images, like an avatar, replicated by AI. But the bigger threat was not eliminating AI for writers, but limiting the use of AI in TV and movie writing. But let's keep it real. Some of the shows that are out there, you're like, AI might do better.
Maybe it was last year, Moose, the strike. I really don't remember now.
So, Moose, it would be a hilarious development. So this app, they partner with somebody to basically, they can take your voice and license it however they wish. Wouldn't it be crazy if something went super, just exploded, maybe like a Pixar film where they took voices from Clubhouse? What if your voice became the star of a major hit? without your consent.
Major hit like John streaming multiple channel. Like I don't equate major hit with Clubhouse, but do you mean like?
I mean that Paul is partnered with an AI company to give them the voices. Paul can, with this company, they can license our voices to do anything. They can repurpose it in any way they wish. It's part of the terms of service.
I don't think I see enough on here to even get noticed from Paul or those guys.
This is why they wanted the voice chat stuff, the voicemails, so they could isolate and make sure they had a fingerprint so they could know exactly whose voice was whose.
Yeah, Freddie Roosevelt and I did a room about a year ago or so. I'm sure some of y'all remember Freddie Roosevelt. And we talked about just that, using our voice and likeness on this app, because Freddie, when he was really active on this app, I had noted, Freddie, you have very specific lingo and slang, and he was commenting on how he would dip in and out of rooms, primarily white rooms, hosted by people who he never saw in his spaces, or at least, at the very least, he didn't know that they frequented his spaces. And he would go in their rooms and hear them repeating his slangs and his slogans, but at the same time giving him credit. And I said, yeah, Freddie, don't be surprised one day if you're perusing the internet and you come across some AI model that was designed in your name, likeness, and image, and is speaking like you, using some of your catchphrases, because that is why this app is a social experiment, in my opinion, as we, most of us have discussed, in these spaces and similar spaces, to use our voices, to, study our voices to train AI models. So, yeah, Mojo, I agree with that.
Where did you guys fall on the writer's strike?
Oh boy, go ahead.
I'm a weirdo. I feel there should be no AI at all in creative writing. I think it's okay for reporting. I don't know if you guys noticed, but when you go to your streams, your news streams, whatever, on your phones or laptops, like it'll say story by, and it'll put someone's name. But if you actually, I've just been noticing far more grammatical errors in these stories. I think less and less of them are actually really being written by humans. I think there's just giving AI ChatGPT notes of the story and take it from there.
So this is my take on the whole writer's strike thing, is that if you're not a better writer than artificial intelligence, then you don't get the job. If I were looking for a story, if I wanted a screenplay to make a film out of, if you're a screenwriter and you can't write a better screenplay than AI, I think AI should take your job. Like, it should. In fact, I think it would be immoral to give the nod to the human if AI wrote the better story. Currently, we don't have that problem, despite how bad some of the writing is today. I think we're at an all-time low in terms of the writing of screenplay. Well, actually, I take that back. I think that there's great writers out there. In fact, I know there's great writers out there that just can't find the thing to do their projects. But if you can't sell the idea, and if the folks that are going to put the money behind the movie don't believe it's going to sell, they could be guilty of being wrong, but you need their money, and so you need to do a better job of selling that. And so I just think that because money is it's show business. It's a business. They want to make money, and as long as they're going to do that, I think this trend of going for existing IP, where you have a built-in audience, is going to continue. And the only way I see writers cracking into that would be through fan fiction, because you're going to see people continuing to go after existing IP. It's a vicious cycle, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I tested this theory one day. I've been working on the script for a while, and I plugged in the outline to ChatGPT, and I asked ChatGPT. Now, I had already written the first act, but I asked ChatGPT to, after I fed the outline to it, I asked it to write the first maybe 10 pages, just to compare its dialogue to my dialogue, and it was incredibly weak. What the prompt gave me, right? And so, of course, I've been in spaces where writers brag about, they love ChatGPT. It writes scripts for them, and then I'm wondering, how much do you have to go in there and tweak the script? Do you rely solely on what ChatGPT gave you, or do you go in and tweak the script and the dialogue? Because what I found is when ChatGPT spit out the first 10 pages, all the characters sound exactly alike. Then the argument is, okay, so ChatGPT writes your script. Do you take credit for it, or do you credit to AI? Now, I will say as a writer, I do find ChatGPT or some of these other, Grok or Gemini, helpful in kind of streamlining outlines or beats, or even writing pitch decks, right? Kind of fleshing things out. But writing the full story or the full script, I agree. If you're not talented or creative enough to fully execute a 90-page or 160-page story, you're right. I agree. You don't get the job. If I were a producer, hire a writer.
Agreed with Nye, and I think that's a problem considering I enjoy some screenwriting too, and it's fair to say that the inciting incident, right, is typically the first 10, 20 pages, or one page of script is translates to like a minute of action more or less on the screen. So if you're getting a lame duck in the beginning, like you gotta hope. At the end of the day, if you're doing the 3 arc, like beginning, middle, and end, most audiences will be more forgiving if the middle gets wonky, you have some potholes, but you hook them, and you hook them in the beginning, and you give them a nice ending at the end, dramatic, happy, whatever. That's what they're going to remember. But yeah, if the first 10 pages and the first beginning of the script does not hook, the inciting incident is weak, that's problematic.
Now, I will say this, Moose. I'm a huge fan. I don't know if you're familiar with the films Cube. I think they made 3 or 4 of them, right? The franchise has just fallen off over the years. I'm really hoping that whatever studio or writer or producer owns the IP revives Cube. In the meantime, I went into ChatGPT. I have like 3 or 4 ideas to continue the franchise. And I'm hoping through my resources and connections I can get linked to whoever owns this IP to pitch them my ideas to continue the franchise. So I did plug in just, a long line or 2 into ChatGPT and asked it to flesh out what the next 5 films would look like. And I was thoroughly impressed with what it gave me because it was right on par with how I envisioned the franchise continuing. So in that regard, I found ChatGPT to be quite, satisfying as a creative. And, I copied and saved what it gave me, and I added it to my kind of little collection of franchises that I want to see continue. So I've been putting out to the universe, and I have two visions here. One, to write at least 1 episode for Doctor Who, which I have a pilot script for. Well, not necessarily a pilot. Maybe a pilot for a new season. And to be involved with, hopefully, the continuation of Q. So we shall see if ChatGPT, in that regard, brings me some luck.
Amazing. What about the thread? I mean, isn't there as college students started writing papers using ChatGPT, law students. How do you censor? Can you write things using ChatGPT?
AI is also very good
of chillism.
Now, I think at some point you have
have to have some self-reflection. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to come here and to listen to this meaningless conversation?
And then you can start giving it
Is it
different
worth it?
prompts like,
That's my
write it
question.
at a PhD level. Okay, now rewrite it at a 5th grade education level. Now rewrite it, and you can start doing these edits and rewrites, and then eventually what will happen is you can get it so far removed from what its original AI instincts were, and you can even give it examples of in the voice of, write it the way Andrew Dice Clay would write it, write it the way that Shakespeare would write
Okay,
it.
that's 60 seconds
And when you
of
start
journalism.
doing that and playing with
And I
it,
think
I
at some
think you can
point
probably
you have to have
some
some
of these
self-reflection. Is it worth
plagiarist
it?
things.
Is it worth it to come here and to listen to these meaningless
I think we
conversations?
would have trouble picking
Is
that
it
up.
worth it?
But most
That
people are
was my
just
question.
lazy. They're just going to put in a prompt and whatever it spits out. The one that's pretty obvious is if you go to ChatGPT, it really likes it doesn't like commas as much as it likes dashes. And so when you see the double dash, you see it like that is a telltale sign that because nobody writes like that. Nobody on planet Earth writes like that. It's almost like they bake that in as like a first line of defense to be able to see if somebody used ChatGPT or not.
That's interesting because I noticed even like when you put typing in the chat here on Clubhouse or in the email, where I mean, let's face it, like autocorrect is was like ChatGPT in its diapers. With all the word suggestion, like you start typing like, hey, like Google started this, right? You get a message, you get an email from somebody. Google is reading the email message because it's offering you prompt, like it's offering you a variety of prompts to just choose instead of having to actually use your own brain and use your own words. It would be like, yeah, sounds great, thumbs up, or oh, sorry to hear that. But I've also noticed the one thing that stands out with autocorrect is commas and calling you out when you're not using commas appropriately. But that's probably the least hardware piece with AI.
Yeah, so one of the outlets that I write for, we have a problem with AI there, and there's nothing we can do about it. Our IT team has told us, the lawyer for the company has said there's nothing we can do. There is some sort of AI system being used by a company, and I think they traced it to Russia or Ukraine, I'm not sure, Poland, where they're copying all of my articles, and I'm sure probably some other writers for this outlet, they're copying all of my articles and republishing them on their own website, as if they're writing it, as if I write for them. And my managing editor is furious, but there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. And it is an AI, it's not a human that is pulling the article and copying and pasting and republishing. No, we have determined that it is some sort of AI system that is scouring our site and pulling some of the best stories, and they just so happen to be most of my stories, since I'm the one that covers the entertainment news for this site. And so, yeah, it's pretty, I don't know, it's, dare I say disturbing, but I guess this is what we have to deal with in this AI world, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Imitation's the highest form of flattery, but that's creepy, yeah.
So let me ask a question. Some of you are very concerned about AI. I'm just wondering, if you think we're already living in anarchy, I mean, is it, the person on the highway, expressway, who shoots you, or the person that stabs you on the train, or, what's more dangerous, society today in America or AI?
I think AI could be, AI as it stands right now is not dangerous, with the exception of some of these deep fakes, because it's getting hard to discern what's real and what's not real, especially if these deep fakes are used to damage someone's reputation or image. But I would like to think that the population is aware, especially if you're on the computer a lot, you're aware of AI and deep fakes. I would like to think that people are able to use some kind of deductive skills to determine what's real and what's not. But as AI gets more savvy, um, it might get difficult to figure out what's real and fake, especially as it relates to news sources, right? In healthy debates earlier today, someone noted, what if in the near future there's a presidential campaign and someone uses a deep fake to destroy the image or reputation or the campaign of a presidential candidate they don't like, and it really impacts their voter base or how the population resonates with that candidate. So that can definitely be dangerous.
I don't know why you're talking about this in the future. I mean, our president held up a deep fake with MS-13 and deep a person with it.
How would that be true? Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
This is
We also had a former president arrested by the FBI.
So I don't know, John. I mean, I don't think it's as dangerous now. I still think the person on the subway with the gun or the knife is more dangerous than AI. But I predict as AI advances and as these language models get more evolved, then yeah, I can see us living in a near future where the AI could be more dangerous than the criminal on the street ready to snatch you up.
I mean, in Chicago this weekend, 30 people were murdered by gunfire and 250 shot. It's like that every weekend. Why, as a society, do we tolerate that?
How do we not?
You could apprehend criminals.
Yeah, I blame our politicians, John. I think we just need to elect better officials. Listen, I live in Chicago too, and the mayor down there. Well, I live outside of Chicago, so the mayor down there, as you know, is just a disaster. So, in my opinion, it's just we have to elect better officials, and a lot of these liberals. I mean, look at California for instance. I lived there for 20 years, but I got the hell out just in the nick of time. California has this. I don't know if it's still like this, but in some areas of California, you own a store. You just have to let them snatch and grab. You can't stop them. You can't apprehend them for stealing your shit. Let them go. I remember that video that went viral where a store owner confronted Gavin Newsom about these laws. He gave kind of a laissez-faire attitude about it. A lot of these Democratic-run cities, they want criminals on the street. They want to let them out of jail early. You can't afford bail. Oh, no problem. Just let them back on the street, right? So I think it really comes down to the elected officials. They want lawlessness. They want criminals on the street. They want the people to be, armed, and then they want to threaten to take their guns away. So I blame the politicians, sir. I don't think the people
Got it.
want this.
So if Donald Trump takes over Washington, D.C., you're all for that, correct?
I mean, well, what do you mean take over? He's the president. What do you
I'm
mean?
saying that he gets rid of the mayor and he takes over the city security-wise. There's no more lawlessness. There's no more rampant homelessness. No more drug dealing. No more shootings. No more robberies. He actually forms a security perimeter and takes care of the situation with force.
Yeah, I would have no problem with that.
And I hear you, and I hear your frustration there, but I have to push back because, the mayor meets with, generally most police chiefs, right, have one boss, it's the mayor, but the mayor, of course, doesn't make any of the laws. In fact, it's actually far more up to the DAs don't make laws, but they are the arbiter of enforcing what laws and what cases to pursue or not. Again, back to California, which is why even bleeding liberal heart San Francisco pulled their DA, did a recall because of the frustrations of the smash and grabs and such. So, it's a bit hyperbolic to say like, all these lefts, runs, mayoral cities that are leaning left are all for Wild Wild West and to each, every block don't get killed. It's a little extreme because they are also, they're also, you have to look at the population, again, Chicago is a great example. Let me ask you this. Let's say if you had a Republican mayor in Chicago, how is a Republican mayor going to bring down, what are they averaging now? 500 homicides a year? are you just going to add like 100,000 more cops? Like, what would a Republican mayor do differently?
Well, you know what? I sit here and I think about Indiana. I'll let you go, Kima. Okay, Kima, you tell me if you agree with this. Because, you know, I told you I live quite close to the border of Indiana, which is a red state. Okay? And in my opinion, those boys in red, they don't play. I rarely hear about, I'm not saying that there's no crime in Indiana, but I feel like people know you don't go to Indiana with that BS, right? Because they're not going to put up with that N-word shit, okay? And I say N-word and it applies to everybody, black, white, that ratchet shit. So I'd like to think if there was a Republican mayor or if Chicago was a red state, you know, red city, or we were a red state, I would like to think that they would reel it in a little bit more.
But how? That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I'm all for it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm always fascinated. What would Republicans do differently? And I could care less who gets the job done. Nobody wants homicides, you know. But like, we're talking about cities like Chicago where cops know they're going to get shot at, right? Like, and that's
that's not true. Cops don't know that. People are not shooting cops in Chicago.
In Chicago?
Yeah, in Chicago. Violence,
They are in Oakland.
Violence is down in Chicago. Murders are down in Chicago. But to Na's point about Indiana, Gary, Indiana is a violent place where they...
Well, Gary definitely is an exception. Sorry, go ahead.
East Chicago, Indiana, you know what I'm saying? Indianapolis, South Bend, there are several cities in Indiana that are violent, man. Like there's no answer to it. But like, a lot of the problems in Chicago stem from Indiana.
That's the thing.
Because people buy guns in Indiana and come right over the border and sell them. It's hard to buy guns in Illinois, in Chicago, so all the guns are coming from Indiana. So they act like Indiana is like got some solution. They really don't.
Well, here's my thing. Let me tell you something about Chicago. Chicago is CCTV on every corner, and yet they can't solve one crime, right? Which is a big trick bag. I feel like Chicago, were they part of the fun police narrative? I feel like if it was a Republican ran city, we wouldn't have, Hakeem, I'm not saying every liberal leader in Chicago is about fun police, but there was that narrative at the height of George Floyd. You had some saying it. Just this past year, how many town hall meetings did we have of Chicago voters expressing their anger at the mayor and the governor over the immigration issue? I feel like if Republicans were in control, that wouldn't be a thing. We wouldn't have, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Republicans are perfect because I don't identify as Republican, right? And I know, I remember during Trump's last election, how some of my family members were gravely impacted by some social services that were cut because of Republican leadership or Republican policies. Specifically, I have family members that have children who have disabilities, and some of those programs they relied on to help their children, and they lost access to some of those resources. But I just think as it relates to law and order, conservatives seem to be more pro-law and order than liberal leaders tend to be. And again, I'm not saying that applies to all liberal leaders.
Well, I would also say it's hard to know what would really take place because in large cities you don't see Republicans as mayors. It would be interesting to see large cities ran by Republicans. We do have examples, a few examples of where this is true. You could go back to Rudy Giuliani. I think is probably the best example of what you're talking about, where outcomes happen. But the challenges in a big city are just different than in the suburbs and different from rural communities. And I think it's interesting that in a big city you tend to see Democrats being favored, and in the rural areas you definitely see the Republicans being favored. And then in the suburbs, that tends to be the most purple that you're going to get. And then depending on how close your suburb is to the big city, it might lean blue. And if your suburb is leaning more towards the rural area, it might lean a little more red. But that's the thing I think we should think about is instead of just thinking of red or blue or this state, that state, I think we should really hone in on the different policies that are necessary for governing. The wants, the needs of the people in these different areas are different. Yes, everybody wants to be safe, but the threats and the challenges that you're faced with, they're just different. And that's why I think we should more thoughtfully move towards what would be the best set of laws to govern a rural area. And by the way, not all rural areas are the same, and not all big cities are the same. We need to examine the unique challenges. There's a through line, though, of if you have less tolerance for violent crime, you're going to see less violent crime. And the evidence of that is, a lot of people hate the 94 crime bill, and I think that there's definitely some mistakes made with it. But if you look at the facts that 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993, that 4-year period, the most violent period in American history outside of the Civil War. And so those violent crime rates were insane. In fact, today when people talk about crime rates, we're actually 50% lower than the highs that we saw in that 4-year period during the early 90s. And then the 94 crime bill comes, and then you see a steady decline ever since.
Giuliani had a plan, he's disgraced now, but he was called America's mayor, maybe after 9/11. But he knew he couldn't do it by himself, and he organized the courts, the police, and other agencies. Unions, as a group effort.
If I see Mercedes,
and people welcomed it. I mean, New York was as bad as it is now.
everybody dies.
And he made profound change.
This change was, and to be fair, I agree. I think he's New York's mayor, but I think any mayor that happened to be in New York with 9/11 would be
I don't know.
America's mayor. But his biggest impact was, I would actually love to see what the day-to-day violent crime
Look at you, you're bigger than me.
before his watch, then under his watch, because I know his biggest impact was Rico going after John Gotti and organized crime.
Gets his enemy to trust him.
Even just cleaning up, like the mob was running, I believe it was the district. He cleaned that up. He was like the first mayor, I think, to really take up.
Who's taking steam tomorrow?
Organized crime. I forgot what point in his career he completely lost his fucking mind, but just the show.
He did have a multifaceted approach, and I think that you could ask anyone to that area, it was a profound change. It wasn't just statistics and maybe it happened.
Is that what God started? Let me ask you something. You ever dream about this game? I do. Every night. Nightmares.
Also, the cops can only do so, right? It's like, what's the cops, what's the morale of the cops in some of these cities? Fine, let's Democratic mayor in one city on a microscope. Criminal to the jail, and you can't make him stay. That's up to the DA. Then has to deal with the judge, who has the power, of course, to release them on their own recognizance, release them on mercy, whatever it is. And that's why I always thought it amazing when you get those flyers to vote for your local judges coming up on elections. Is there anyone really knows anything about most of these judges? There are some folks that do deep dives. They will do a history of judges' records and show you in bold print how many known offenders that they've let go for whatever reasons, politically or otherwise, to get reelected. But it's not all up to the cops on the street to get it done. That we're absolutely sure.
I don't know that this is the solution, but there are some big fundamentalities that think so appointed judges would be better than elected.
Appointing judges are better than elected. We should also not elect DAs and stuff, in my opinion. I think, you get low enough in the chain of offices. I grew up in North Carolina, we elected like the water commissioner. Like nobody knows what the water commissioner is doing. Like you have to have, you should elect executives and legislative body, and at some point, just because life is too busy, turn over that kind of oversight of the water commissioner to them. It makes a whole lot more sense.
So wait, I'm sorry, Brent, you said we should not, who should be appointed, not elected?
He's talking, but this applies to a lot of like lower offices. Pennsylvania's got a weird system where you have a lot of like really low level positions that any other state would simply have appointed into a committee. And they would look for people that have knowledge, skill, and ability in a particular area. And but in Pennsylvania, you put yourself on the ballot, sometimes unopposed, you end up winning, and you know nothing about the job that you're about to do. I know about this because the Libertarian Party, when I was a part of it, we organized around that, and in one election got over 150 Libertarians elected. That was in 2021, and it exploited a few things. Number one, the major parties needed to declare their candidacy before the minor parties, so then you can find elections where there's only one opponent, or find elections where you're completely unopposed. And then once you get on the ballot, if the major parties, after that period is over, if they want to run, they would have to be a write-in, and then they're at a huge disadvantage. The other thing is the filing fees are very, very low in Pennsylvania. And so, and then the final piece is just the fact of some of the low-level positions that you have. It just created a hell of a lot more openings, and so 150 elections won by libertarians in 2021 alone.
Which I'd be happy to vote for a libertarian, but probably you just need the best quality person to be a board commissioner that you can get, or whatever job it is. Like some of the very, very, very level positions aren't partisan ideology, or based on your ideological thought. They are just like blocking and tackling basic governance positions.
Brian, can I ask you a question? If you were made king of America or king of the world, what would you do for your people?
Create a system that maximizes economic prosperity and maximizes human freedom for things like violence. I think in big picture, we got a pretty good system that gets pretty close to that.
What's economic? Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Oh, sorry. I would really, capital REALLOY, educate. That's not happening. It's just not happening.
So you think we have a pretty good system? Is $37 trillion in debt a pretty good system? If that was a business and you created $37 trillion in debt and created no savings for your citizens whatsoever, you think that's a pretty good system, huh, Brent?
Yeah, I think a system where per capita wealth is the highest the highest in human history, that keep on expanding human on scale and expanding human lifespan. I think it's a pretty good system that we've developed in human history, and it is much more damaging to knock it all down than to not understand how lucky we are to be born and alive in 2025 versus an earlier period in history.
Well, what if you were able to participate in the economy from let's say 1870 to 1900? I would argue that was a pretty good time as well.
You mean periods where there was significant economic growth, but you'll always point to, because we were still a development economy, that we had higher year GDP growth than we do now, which you see throughout the world in development economies, which were that period.
Yeah, it's the biggest expansion of an economy in the history of the world.
Yeah, if a dollar was a 100% growth, if you have $2, same effect as the economy. And like going from a relatively poor economy, industrializing and doubling that size, or having double-digit growth, is something you saw in America during that period, and frankly you see in many other developing economies. So it's nothing surprising, but let me finish one second. You're still much better off living in a period post economic development and in the time we are living in.
Interesting. So post the economic growth of 1870 to 1900. So just so we're clear, the economic growth was possible because of massive deregulation, and so that allowed businesses to do what they needed to do in order to grow. And then following that period of time, we had massive restrictions that were put in place. And then shortly after that, come 1929, we have the biggest financial collapse. During this financial collapse, preceding that was a period of heavy regulations, and extending that depression was the fact that we doubled down on even more regulations. And so the evidence is very clear that if you want to grow the economy, you have to deregulate. If you want to crash an economy, you overregulate.
Hey, Rod, it's pretty ironic that you say the largest expansion was 1870 1900, and that was when they freed the slaves, and those same people not only didn't get reparations, but they was excluded from that economy.
Well, it's also evident. It's also evidence of the erroneous claim that this country was built on the free labor of slavery. It was actually more expensive to house and feed human beings than it was to pay them. And so economically, slavery was a bad thing. We know that. Not only was it immoral, it was economically a bad thing. And so once they were freed, and then the market was deregulated, we were able to see a massive expansion in this country, and the quality of life went up for everyone.
And just to be clear, we had several periods of pretty sharp economic downturn in the 1880s, 1890s, and even the early 1900s. We had a downturn in 07. So this period is also known as the bust period. We aggregate greater economic growth, which is not something uncommon. You see in industrializing economies, you see that actually over and over again. But you also had this period of with sharp economic downturns.
Yeah, the point stands that during that 30-year period, it's the biggest expansion of an economy in the history of mankind, period.
And I guess we're just expanding on the causal rather than reason.
So would you disagree that deregulation was a huge part of that?
I guess I would.
Okay, so you would have been able to solve these massive industrial advancements.
Fighting the Great War. Wars cost money. I wanted to be one of you. I wanted to join the Brotherhood, but you sold me off like a slave. Do you know what she did to me? She strapped me down in the bed. She stripped me naked. Sounds all right so far.
Different regulatories
your blood.
This period,
You know that.
and you still saw massive.
She wanted to kill me. And they would have killed me if it wasn't for them.
That day, what you're whinging about.
I'm not whinging.
Your lips are moving. You're complaining about something. That's whinging. If it's really killed 6 times, you don't hear him bitching about it.
loaded up, boys.
So, what shall we talk about, gang? Kima, what's on the docket?
I'm not sure. Something to do. Stay over there or move around.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but the new Final Destination movie is finally on HBO. If that's anybody's important.
So he's just, but I think all this is you, right? Who makes the last decision on whether or not something is
Sorry,
scary?
decision on whether or not something is scary. Do you agree with that statement?
Why the fuck I see you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Of course I'm okay. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck